Dear chess friends, welcome to the FIDE Women's World Cup. Today we have the third round and it's tie-breaks time. It's my pleasure to be joined today by Grandmaster Emil Sutovsky, FIDE Chief Executive Officer. Welcome, Emil.
Hi, Emil.
So you are here for the most exciting, thrilling part.
Yeah, I felt it would be most
round.
exciting anyways, no matter how and which games would evolve, but tie-breaks are always exciting.
Of course. Actually, I thought about how to present this format, and for me, of course, tie-breaks are an inherent part of a knockout event. You know, it's not easy for a winner to be decided in two classical games, of course, and in this situation, I think that different skills are tested, are necessary, maybe more intuition, quick reflexes, and especially their mental strength, under severe pressure.
Yeah, it's very challenging, I would say. I've myself played, I think, out of 7 or 8 World Cups and World Knockout Championships, I played almost every single one, maybe bar one or two. I played this tie-breaks, and it's always, you don't know how to prepare yourself even the day in the previous night. Was it to prepare a lot? Was it to go to sleep early? But if you go to sleep early, then you wake up early. So then how would you handle? You don't want to be, up for 8 hours already before the game. So you want somehow to be fresh. And then whether you give an emphasis on opening preparation, trying to guess the opening, but then you need to study more, or you want to be relaxed, or you want to play some blitz games just to, to feel the game. So it's very, very difficult, and I can say I mastered it, but I just can certainly confirm that it is very, very challenging. And I also remember when I served as Gata Kamsky coach, he underwent many tie-breaks, and it was every time it was. But Gata, to his credit, had very strong nerves, and that helped him to win. I mean, almost every single tie-break.
But it must be also very difficult for the coach, to go through those tie-breaks.
Definitely, and inevitably the evaluation in the games would drop. And would I say it's
higher
much more
variance,
volatile.
Higher variance, of course. So maybe let's bring up the format of these tie-breaks. We have 6 tie-breaks today. We will show you the pairings, but first the format. We will have 2 rapid games with 15 minutes and 10 seconds increments. Just let's have it on our screens. And just in case, if those 2 games are drawn, the winner is going to be decided in the next portion of the rapid games with the time control 10 minutes plus 10 seconds increment per move. In case the winner is not decided after those games, we will have 2 blitz games with 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increment. And if these games are drawn, if the match is still tied, then we have a very unique feature. Everyone will play 1 blitz game at a time of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment, and there will be no Armageddon, Emil. So last time I predicted that we will stay here maybe very late, but the games were decided in the rapid format. So what is your prediction for today? We have so many interesting pairings.
We have 6 matchups, and all of them are rather balanced. So I do expect 3 or 4 1-1 score, so they will continue with a reduced time control, but I do not think any of the matches will get down to the one final game.
Okay, so let's bring the pairings on your screen. We have the clash of the heavyweights. Valentina Gunina is facing Nana Dzagnidzhe. In the first matchup, Alexandra Kosteniuk is already fully concentrated, like David Bronstein, 10 minutes before the game. And here we are. The tie-breaks are okay, these are the results of the third round. So we will have today Nana Dzagnidzhe against Gunina Valentina. Arabidze Mary is facing Alexandra Kosteniuk. Anna Muzychuk is playing Yu Xing-Song. A lot of players qualified for the 4th round. Then we have Vantika Agrawal, who will play another tie-break with Katerina Lagno, and Katerina won on demand yesterday. Very solid performance from Stavrola Tsilakidou and Harika Dronavali. They will battle it out today as well. And a very exciting matchup between Carissa Yip and Vaishali Rameshbabu. It was the subject of our poll yesterday. The majority of our audience voted for Vaishali. Well, time will tell, of course. And today I think that we are going to concentrate on the result between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Arabidze Mary. Please vote, choose your favorite. Mary Arabidze is representing Georgia, so we have legion of fans, yes, supporting Georgian players here. One player is already qualified for the fourth stage of this event, and it's Leila Javakhishvili.
In general, Georgian chess, as we saw for so many years, was leading. Nowadays, we cannot really say that Georgian chess is in leading position, but they still retain both the generation, which today is 30 plus, but also the younger generation. We saw two young players here, both of them qualified to the second round, which is already was a success. So I believe that this will be a tradition which will have its beautiful continuation. And an important part in it, of course, is the fact that the tournaments are being hosted by Georgia. So when you have events like that, young kids, young girls, they actually get attracted to chess, they start playing, have more incentive, they get more opportunities like wild cards, which belong to local players. At the end of the day, it helps to promote local chess.
At the beginning of this round, Emilia, I've looked at the number of participants. So the countries which were represented in the third round, it was China, not a surprise, and India.
I think both of them had five
representatives,
players, yeah.
Yes, in the third round. Georgia had 4 representatives, but Bela Hutinashvili lost her match against Maria Muzichuk. Anna Muzichuk, her sister, is playing this tiebreak against a young Chinese player, Song Yuxin.
Song is not so young player. she's something like 24 maybe.
Yes, but 24 for me is very young.
Yeah, but it's already considered, everything above 20 is maybe not considered to be as young anymore, as a player, of course. Yes. And of course, she is a formidable player. She played already in Olympiad for China, so she is a good player. And this is also not a simple matchup for the favorite. And all other matches are actually, it's hard to pick a favorite. You know, you had a poll yesterday, but the number of voters actually maybe reflect on number of viewers from India rather than a balance of preferences. Typically, when I conduct polls on my page on Twitter or somewhere, I differentiate between whom are you rooting for and whom you think are going to win. Because let's say, okay, in this matchup, maybe Vaishali is also a favorite on paper. But if you think about the before championship, whom are you rooting for? So, for example, Chinese users are not in abundance in Twitter. So you would have very limited number of people who are actually supporting and participating in the poll, right? So and that's different. And of course, we know that Chinese players like Lei or Zhuzhina, they also have a very strong and very all the reasons to be considered favorites. They're frustrated. Anyways, Vaishali against Carissa, that's an exciting matchup. Exciting in many ways, I would say. Not only because they are leading young representatives of the generations. Okay, I will contradict myself because Vaishali is almost of the same age as a Chinese player, but yes, still young compared, let's say, to Hampi, which is different generation and still the top one. Also, we know that it's two different approaches how the chess is taken, because Vaishali is a full-time chess pro. She is living chess, breathing chess. She doesn't. She didn't go to school, to high school, and so on. So she focuses on chess and reached enormous already by this time enormous results, but still looking for a major breakthrough to be maybe in the world top 5 or something. She already qualified to candidates last time, to remind you. So she already made herself a name, and not only as a sister of Prague, she is by herself a very formidable player. And you have Carissa, who has been studying and very seriously making her career outside of chess, but still playing chess and retaining high level. So
recently, Carissa actually decided to move to St. Louis and dedicate her life to chess. So she stopped her studies, she put them on hold, and I think it was a very important decision for her because she won the Cairns Cup this year, scored her second Grandmaster norm, and she's definitely established herself as a #1 player in the United States, and maybe she will become one of the strongest players in the world. So she's
I think
definitely
very
the player
important here to
watch.
talk about something I keep talking and repeating: incentives for players. I think one of the major incentives to do that was a decision to award a very serious financial reward for a player who would become a grandmaster. So far, only Irina Krush got this reward. It's $100,000 introduced by Sinquefield family, and last time it was last year Irina Krush got it, and Carissa is very close to get it with her future gym norm.
Yes, so this award has been established for the period of 5 years. So within the 5 years, every player who will obtain the Grandmaster title, they will be rewarded. And this incentive, of course, is a formidable initiative.
Every American player,
yes, every American player.
Anyways, the games have started. Let us.
They played the same opening with the same move order in the yesterday classical game. We will have a small delay, of course, that's why we are concentrated on our screens right now, 5 minutes during the rapid games, and as soon as the games are uploaded, we will bring it on your screen. Vaishali decided to develop the bishop on g5.
She usually plays this line. I mean, it's her pet line, bishop g5, bishop h4. I recall several games of hers. So it's very double-edged. King f8. You see, it's funny. If this would be a move 10 years ago, not 50, 10 years ago, we would have thought that it could have been just some sort of a relays mistake. But now we know that this pattern happens more and more. So king's going just king f8 because black will play anyways g5, and instead of castling, they preserve the rook on h8, and the king can go to g7.
Yes, what a beautiful idea. And of course, the king also can defend the knight on f6, just in case white will sacrifice knight g5, bishop g5, king g7 protects the knight, and it's becoming very useful.
Yeah, exciting game. But once again, this is the first game of the 2 games match. Let's remember about that, and let's talk about the strategy for this game. What white should do, because when you have white, you want to pursue some sort of opening advantage. You want to play aggressively, but then again, if you lose with white, that could be very dangerous, because even in rapid chess, it's very difficult to win on demand with black.
Carissa has a very aggressive approach with black. She just played g5. So she wants to have her chances in this game.
Talking of aggressive approach, I don't know if we can get Katerina Lagno against Vantika Agrawal. That is a aggressive approach if we talk about it. So let us try and get the.
Can we bring the board already? Just let me check, because I can see a very unusual opening on the board, yes, between Katerina and Vantika.
Not yet. Yeah?
Not yet, yes.
Alrighty, so we focus so far on this game. It's equally exciting. So g5, knight h5. Carissa seems to sort of out-prepare Vaishali, but this position is not very concrete, because if I recall correctly, in this line, if you would have engine on, it will show you 4 or 5 different moves with 0, 0, 0.1 valuation. It's very complex, and there is no till some concrete lines with d4 will appear on board. There is no very much of critical move to be played or not played. So that's why it's important to rather have this strategical understanding what you do. So you put your king on f8. For some reason, it was important to start with that. g5, knight h5, then queen f6, knight f4. Carissa is here one of the few players who came here with a coach. So I'm certain they have mastered this line. They prepared probably some plan. I'm sure not something very concrete. Once again, it's very difficult to prepare really concrete lines of variations. Yeah, yeah. Anyways, Vaishali is spending her time. She's 14 minutes against 15, but it's nothing. Vaishali has a very exciting, or I would say unusual feature. When she plays rapid chess, or even when she plays blitz chess, she tends to leave herself like seconds, literally seconds, not just under a minute, but seconds, and then she tries to find all the best moves, and only when she has like 10 seconds left or less, then she starts blitzing. So it's pretty unusual, but I would not be surprised if Carissa manages to build some sort of time advantage, but it's not really meaningful at this stage.
By the way, Emilia, I just checked my database and it was very surprising, but I only have one classical game with this position between two grandmasters, and then knight h5 was on the board, and that's why Vaishali is probably thinking, because the opening has surprised her. Knight f1 was played in this game, and then black simply took the bishop on g3, knight g3. So white tried to exploit the weakness of the light squares in this line.
That's most typical plan. Yeah, I don't know if it's most promising one, but clearly most typical one.
Mm-hmm. So let's. Can we bring our board? I think that 5 minutes. Have passed, so maybe we can have the analysis board on our screen.
Yes, the analysis boards are here.
That would help us enormously. Okay, perfect. So let's show that knight f1 was played in this game. By the way, after knight g3, maybe you can even play a takes g3 here.
Yeah, but I don't think I need to take it so far. I would consider not taking it as long as I can.
And would you consider then, instead of playing knight f1, since this position is relatively new, even though I think both players are aware of strategic ideas, so and continue in a standard way and play b4 instead of knight f1?
No, I wouldn't think. I think I want to preserve the option to play d4 with a tempo, to attacking the bishop. So b4 would work with a queen strategy, let's say b4, a4, and so queen side strategy.
Maybe let's bring the knight on g2 just to evaluate both options. So b4, bishop b6, a4, and then black would probably play.
I can play a6. I can play
a5. Yes.
Yeah. I'm not really big fan of b4 and a4 with the bishop on g3. I think it contradicts the
opening, yes, conception. So then you would, maybe then if not knight f1, then what?
No, knight f1 is the most logical move. Maybe something with pawn, maybe h4 or h3, to try and immediately cause some sort of a conflict there. But I'm not sure that I need it. Knight f1 looks solid. Knight f1 looks like I'll be preparing to take maybe on g3 or to play knight e3. In some lines I can play d3, d4.
Okay, but now we have the opportunity to bring the game between Katerina and Vantika.
Yes, let us.
Yes. b4 was on the board when we had a look.
Yes, let's have a look, because it's the beauty of this broadcast is an ability to switch quickly. Allegedly is. look how it happened. So e4, e6. Yeah, let's talk in brief. So to remind that Vantika won a very difficult tiebreak against Anna Ushenina in the previous round. Katerina Lagno also won a tiebreak, but it went much easier against the Greek player Avramidil. So e4, e6.
Easier still.
Knight f3, d5, e4, c5, b4. Some sort of a pet opening line, because it's not something that you typically try in classical games, but it can really work in rapid. So
d4 is a very interesting move, but maybe let's show just what will happen if black takes on b4. Katerina's idea, of course, is to play a3. To change the dark square bishops, and then the knight is going to via b5 to d6. Yes, let's say bishop a3, and if black takes,
I'm even not sure that she wants to take.
Maybe
she would play d4. I would say, because then if knight e7, then bishop a3, and you lose a castle. So it's more often happens in Sicilian than in French, but it's. Quite amusing, I would say, opening choice, but it looks like d4 is a reasonable way to actually not to enter something that she was lured in. So d4 is a good practical choice, I would say.
d4 and bishop d3. Once again, I'm familiar with this move when you play the Sicilian, as you've mentioned, with c3. But then bishop d3 here is a very rare try. Let's see, only 6 games. Once
well,
again,
you don't expect it to be played much.
Of course, but then what is the main move in this position? Mostly b takes c5 or bishop d2. Okay, so let's find out what happened after
Anyways,
bishop
Katerina
d3.
wasn't ready to mate it because she spent almost 2 minutes choosing for bishop d3. So some position which is absolutely new for both of them. It's already clear. Very sharp one. I think Vantika could be happy, reasonably happy about the opening. The position, she is not worse. It is complex. It is. She is still pawn up. Let's not forget it. And it's the onus is on Katerina to prove what she has, if she has, for this pawn.
Okay, so let's have a look.
I switched accidentally for a different game.
Okay, but let's first maybe start with the heavyweight clash, if I might, the clash of the titans.
All of them are heavyweights if you mean their chess strength.
Yes. But
so let's go one by one.
Nana Dzagnidze is playing with the black pieces against Valentina Gunina. Valentina won on demand yesterday, and what a comeback it was. She won a game in style of Pologaevsky, yes, against style. She played d5 and then e6 and won in 23 moves.
You know, you told me this story, and I recalled the day before I told you about one of my games with Korchnoi, but I had a number of games with Korchnoi, and every one of them have a history. So there's another one which I played with black, and there I played a beautiful game, having like totally winning position, and then I decided that I can sacrifice. It was a rook for a pawn, and just to mate Victor. And I didn't like calculate. It just looked like totally made, and I just sacrificed it like rook h2 or something. I was black. I had long castle, beautiful attack, and to my utter shock, after 2 moves, it turned out there is no mate. There is probably a perpetual, but even that is not clear. And at the end of the day, I went to lose this game, and you told Pologaevsky towel, so that's why I resign, and Korchnoi said, hey, you think you're towel, but you're not towel. So, yeah.
Yes, Viktor Lvovich, he had this unique quality to make you feel, very happy.
Anyway, so Gunina against Dzagnidze. Gunina is clearly better. Not much, but clearly. You know, that's the definition between, there is a clear distinction between being much better and clear better. Because much better, you can be in a very complex position, it's even not clear that you are much better, but you are much better. Because the tactics works your way, some concrete lines work into your favor. Whereas being clearly better is not necessarily much better. It's typically the position would be symmetry or near symmetry, but then all of your pieces are better placed. You have or spatial advantage, or some of your pieces are better positioned, and then you're clearly better, not necessarily by much. That's the case here. So I think if taking on d4, it would be ever better for white. So bishop f5, rook f4. I like Gunina's position here.
Yesterday, Nana used actually Valentina's opening weapon. She played the Caracan, and it backfired immediately. So today Nana went for her beloved Sicilian. Probably Valentina surprised her with this move order. After a6, she started to develop her pieces with g3, bishop g2. This is the line I play myself very often. So I do agree with you that white is slightly better here.
So if Dzagnidze wins, she will say to Valentina, you think you're Skripchenko.
So,
anyway, this position, we cannot now dive because the times would not allow us to dive into opening intricacies, but it looks clearly better for white.
But maybe let's just highlight this rook on f4. It's a very unusual square, let's say, yes, because after the opening, especially when the rook takes on e4, because that's the main idea in this opening, that white wants to play e4. So trade the knights, d takes e4, open the e file, and to have this advantage in development, where bishop f6 was played and bishop e3. Maybe this move was not expected because Nana thought that this rook is going to be a bit awkward on the fourth
It is
rank.
awkward, but nothing concrete happens. There is a rule of thumb. It's for our spectators. I think it's very useful. If you can position your queen or your rook in the central squares without being brutally attacked, not just once some knight will come and attack, but like chased away from the center, it's like always good. Because if you can maintain this powerful piece, queen or rook, in particular queen, on the central position where it controls so many squares and it can be chased away, it can apply pressure, it can support some breakthroughs for yourself, it can defend, it can attack. So as a rule, if you can have your queen or rook in the center and not be chased back to your own camp, like going back to e1 or to d1, then you've done a good job and you already have an advantage.
And here, of course, we can see that the knight is not getting to d5 anytime soon. This rook is staying on the fourth rank, protecting the pawn on d4, and in the f6 bishop. I'm wondering if the queen leaves the d8 square, maybe Valentina will sacrifice the rook on f6. She just played queen b3, attacking the pawn on b7. Emil, knight c6 comes to my mind. Nana needs to finish her development.
Yeah, but after knight c6, I can even take dc5, and I don't see any compensation for you.
D takes c5. Maybe let's show it on the board. Just a few more moves. D takes c5, and you think that white is much better now. Yes, pawn up, and
rook comes to d1, and I can always, as you mentioned, sacrifice rook f6 in so many lines, like queen c7 after rook. It's not deal done yet. Don't misinterpret my words. Black is still in the game, but white is clearly better.
Okay, so let's move to the game between Alexander Kosteniuk and Mary Arabidze. Alexander probably played
here we see
with the white.
screen.
It was the Philidor. Okay, so Alexander went for the main line of the Philidor. Bishop c4, bishop e7, castle, castle. I happened to play all of these openings. What is happening to all the players? Before there was, going for all these sharp, concrete lines, neither, but now they're playing bishop b5, Philidor, c3.
That's because the forced lines, more or less, they have been studied in much detail. And unless you want to, let's say, to check your opponent's memory or have some sort of unexpected idea, which is rare, then you try to navigate the game to some positions which are less explored.
Emil, just one explanation maybe about this opening. Mary went for c6, like after rook e1, the seventh move. So here, of course, black has a few options, but a very interesting one is to play a6. So just here, just to mention. So, Mary went for a more classical approach. She played c6. Alexander replied by playing a4, and after h6, h3 was played rook e8 and a5, grabbing some space. No, I mean in the game. Let's get just back to the game. Yes, here a5 was played. I know that Alexandra likes this plan. She deprives the black knight of this square on b6. Also b5 is not possible. So Mary just played bishop f8. Then Alexandra played the standard move d5. She closed the center.
Let's get to this position already where they stand, because with time, I mean, they have only Mary has only 6 minutes. If we will investigate every opening choice, then she'll be in trouble by the time we'll see her game.
Okay, so
let's focus on what it is now.
What we have now.
Yes, sorry for interrupting, but I really feel that it's high time, because we even didn't cover half of the games at all.
So Alexandra managed to establish this Maroczy bind, qualified by those pawns on e4, c4. So her strategy clearly was directed towards the d5 square, a little bit like in the Knight of Sicilian. Here she doesn't have the light square bishop, so should she take on d5? I wanted to ask this question, and Mary just took on d5, and Alexandra, of course, took with the rook. It's important to take with the piece here on d5.
Yeah, so it was probably queen c2 at some point, yeah, before that. So
yes.
Queen c2, bishop d5. I'm not sure I have a correct position on screen. But anyways, we can see on the bigger screen, queen c2, bishop d5, rook d5.
It was knight c5, queen c2, and bishop d5, rook d5. Okay, so let's just evaluate this position. White is, for me, white is clearly better.
Clearly better, yeah. And here it would possibly both clearly and much better.
So let's move to the game between Anna Muzychuk and Yuxin Song. In their first classical game, Anna went for a concrete line with black and she drew, but here with the white pieces, it seems that she is much better. What was the opening? C3 Sicilian. Okay.
Also your opening one.
One of them, yes.
Let's see how it, but quickly, not focusing on
Oh,
this.
bishop b5 is a very interesting line, but bishop b3 is the best reply in this line. So knight f6, and I know this line as well. So black wanted to change straight queens immediately. By if queen takes d4 here, so I'm not sure that c takes d4 is very precise because I analyzed this position, and Song replied very well. I think c takes d4.
But this one looks very dubious for black.
No, but I think maybe that you have to go all in here. I don't know. Should you try? Or no, Emil. I think you should castle first. This is the yes. You castle long here, and you allow knight f5 and queen f5. Yes.
Yeah, I think something wrong happened to Chinese player, because at least this position, which was queen d7, it looks like very bad for black. Now the position is different, and let's get quickly because we can't analyze this.
Yes, Anna is much better. She has those powerful bishops.
I'm not sure what's the actual position, because the one we have on the screen here is not the one which they have.
Okay, let's just
so
after queen d7, let's continue. We have queen b3, a6. Okay, as you can see, Anna has the bishop on b7.
So she played bishop f4. Okay, that's now like it's clear. So it was like bishop f3, something like rook d8. I don't know. I'm trying to reconstruct it, but somehow. Okay, there is no pawn a.
Может быть, let's refresh maybe then the wait. Yes, I think that they will refresh and upload the games. Yes, I think that Song simply played an incorrect move order, because
okay, now it's refreshed, but now the position doesn't look so good for Chinese player, because it looks like she loses the pawn.
And Anna can simply play king e2 here.
No. If it was Anna's play, I think she played rook c1 the last move. No? Oh, it's her move even.
Yes, it's her move.
She can even take on b5.
Yes, she can play bishop c6, bishop, and then king e2 maybe, and then take on b5.
Then something went wrong for the Chinese player, because this one looks very bad, pawn down,
here,
and for no real compensation.
Just to mention where it went wrong, it's here. So the idea is not to take on d4 here, is to castle, and you actually allow white to take on f5, and this is the position normally which black wants to play, and this was misplayed after taking on d4. So knight d4 for me was a clear mistake already.
It's not surprising, because she played bishop f5 line. She's supposed to somehow to prepare it, but let's not.
She was not expecting c3. I think.
Then she plays bishop f5 line. Bishop f5 is a rare line, and then if you play it, you typically know. Something strange. Let's not once again try and speculate, but let's try to focus on the position on screen and to have last board covered, because we haven't seen the game between Sulakidou and Jonovac.
Yes, let's have a look at this
that's the position. King e2, as you mentioned, she made this move, very sound move. Looks winning for white. Some technical, but not too difficult technical work is required.
It's a very positional game between Stavrolat Sulakidou and Harika Dronovali. Let's move to their game.
Can we get them on screen? Maybe they're still wearing the same color blouses like in the previous round. You know, it's the first time I see such a thing. I could remember
They
sisters coordinating,
the colors,
like sisters Kostintsova were coming in the similar dresses or at some occasion. But let's say when you have players.
Yes, so maybe let's switch. And as you can see, Stavroula is controlling the E file for the moment. Yes, she is pressing. Harika is defending tenaciously, so the knight on E8 supports the knight on F6. But white for the moment, of course, is slightly better because of the E file. B4 just played by Stavroula. She's.
Let's say if I were not in a position to see the engine's evaluation, I would say that white has a very significant advantage. It's very difficult to play with black. I mean, your pieces basically are very limited, and they're limited to defense. But maybe it's not too bad. Maybe there are not many weaknesses in the position, and consequently, white's advantage is less than it feels. But
yes, Harika leans towards D5. This was one of my choices. I also wanted to ask you if H6 was possible. But D5, C5, yes, taking away this D6 square looks very natural. And I think it's
maybe she will play H6 and then trying knight C7 to knight E6. I don't know.
But after H6, bishop F4 could be played. Yes,
indeed.
Now, and it was not, you know, this possibility didn't exist before because now I have this nice square. D6 square.
Looks not very nice for black, but again, too early to say that black is in trouble. Harika is one of the most experienced players in the championship. I think maybe she's one who played most of these championships altogether.
I don't know.
Because Humpy missed quite a few,
but yeah. I'm not sure she played in 2000. Yes, in 2001 as well. Maybe she started playing only after
in mid
the edition,
yeah.
yes, of 2004.
Because I remember her playing a lot of these events and typically very successfully. Her best result was reaching semifinals, but many times she reached quarterfinals. So I think she's one of the, let's say, shadow favorites of the events.
Yes, and I think, yes, she's been a bronze medalist several times. Yes, you're absolutely right, Emil. But maybe let's move to the game between Vaishali and Carissa, yes, because I think a lot of things have changed.
Wow, we wouldn't
have
recognized this position, right? Because it was like totally different. You remember we discussed B4, we discussed knight F1, we discussed everything. We discussed king G7, which never happened actually. But
she just played H4, and once again, you also predicted that she will get alone time, and then she will start blitzing. So H4 is played, king G7, and why not bishop F3, Emil? Don't you want to take on F3 and to spoil this pawn structure?
Very good point. You do, Anna won.
Anna just won, very convincingly.
Yeah, something wrong went with the Chinese players' preparation, and very convincing win for Anna, but too early to claim this match.
So while we still can, let's just...
So bishop F3 can be played at any move. A rule of thumb is not to change a structure if you can change it next move. The point being that maybe in this particular moment it doesn't matter, but it could happen that, let's say, after bishop F3, GF, king G7, I could have played rook G1, for example. And here I wouldn't play rook G1. Maybe here, it's once again, it doesn't really matter. But as long as you can refrain from changing the structure, thus clarifying to your opponent what you're going to do.
So H4 was played, bishop F3,
GF, and you still need to play king G7.
King G7 and rook G1.
For example, yeah. So you do not need to, let's say, to be too in haste to sort of validate certain pawn structure, because then your opponent can regroup accordingly and start building a different plan.
And especially, yes, to define this pawn structure prematurely. So Vaishali, yes, she played actually h4, and Carissa replied king g7, queen d2 was played. So she offered to trade queens. I think it should be a good decision. It reminds me also of a game played by Capablanca when he took, I think, on f6. Then f3, he took on f3, and
but the bishop
was on g3, yes, on g3, yes, yes.
So now here maybe knight g6 and then trading and then knight f4. It looks, once again, why not to, answering your question, why not to trade? For example, compare this position where the g2 pawn will be hanging. And the position, let's say, I'll insert the move taking on f3.
And Carissa just played knight g6. She's playing confidently.
And here it's a different one, because here you wouldn't be able to attack my pawn. And what's more, I will have the rook g1 and so on. So that's why taking, and also even ruining the pawn structure is not advisable as long as you can do it next move without allowing your opponent to modify her or his strategy.
But now maybe she can take on f3 and play knight h4. Doesn't she win a pawn?
Yes, that's what was my idea actually.
Okay.
But she doesn't win a pawn because she played h5. So the h5 pawn, you mean? Yeah.
You can still play rook h3. It's unbelievable, but you can protect this pawn.
How?
No. I thought take on f3. Intermediate. Start with bishop f3. Yes.
No, but then just knight f4, and I attack g2 pawn and attack h5 pawn. You have to play knight e1, and that's what Vaishali has in mind. Indirectly protecting. Smart defense, very smart defense.
You will have f3 or g3. Yes, let's say knight
but
h5.
maybe she just missed that after f3 I have knight g3, which.
What do you think here, Emil? I think Black has a healthy extra pawn.
Yeah.
Of course, Vaishali's advantage here is that she has the bishop on b3, which is active, yes, compared to the game that we mentioned. But Carissa has a sharp tactical eye. She will be able to figure it out.
Looks very good for Carissa. I mean, close to winning. Not quite winning yet, but close to winning. One mistake which she could do is to think that the game is over and Vaishali has less than a minute and it will convert itself. It will not. And Vaishali is known for also her tenacity, so she will not go down without putting significant fight. Yeah. So bishop h5 g3.
Yes. So if bishop h5 g3, I just wanted to show it, of course. So the precise way to play after knight e1 is to take on h5 with the knight, and after f3, black always has knight g3 attacking the rook. But knight e1 is on the board. Let's just wait for Carissa's response. She is fully concentrated, and I think that she will grab this pawn on h5, and knight h5 is on the board. She glanced at her opponent before she took the pawn on h5. You know, she wanted to see if there is a sign of a blunder, but you have to keep your poker face during tie breaks and just.
Yeah, but your position doesn't keep a poker face. I mean, you're pawn down, and that's the best testament to your mistakes.
Okay, so maybe let's get back to Gunina against Dzagnidze. Okay.
Yeah, we are switching
quickly
to the...
switching. Just
and you see what the turnaround has been here. We left it with Gunina having a clear advantage, and it looks like very much drawish at this point. But time, look at the times situation. Dzagnidze is down to 45 seconds, and Gunina has like 6.5 minutes. So it's going to be, even if it's a draw, it's not so easy because white is still pressing. And imagine I can swap rooks, then it would be not very pleasant, or even maybe lost endgame for you. And Nana needs to do something very concrete to avoid unpleasant rook, bishop endgames.
She's getting under 20 seconds.
Yeah, so let's stay on this game and see maybe more than lines, but to see emotions and moves. And so rook a5. If white is to play, probably she'll go now rook a5. Takes bishop d3. That's I foresee this coming. Rook a5, rook a5.
Nana just played king g7.
King g7 is probably right move because at least she protects everything in case white doesn't trade rooks, but white will probably trade.
But after rook a5, I don't think that you can take. Then this endgame is could be lost.
I think it is a draw, but it's unpleasant because
Yes?
it's very difficult for white to get there with the king. But she doesn't.
Yes, but rook a5, it takes
She doesn't
a5,
take,
then
yeah.
yes, bishop d3, you'll have to defend then.
F5, king f6, and maybe
Yes.
I will sacrifice one of the pawns and hold it. But anyways, she prefers to proactively defend it. Maybe it's even better. She plays rook d3.
She wants to play rook d4, of course, attacking the pawn on b4. But what if rook king bishop b7 here, attacking the pawn on a6?
Rook d4.
And we cannot play rook a4 because of bishop c2.
Or a5.
a5 as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
look at Nana. She's 24 seconds, but she knows she found the way to hold it.
Okay.
She looks very
Confident,
calm
yes,
now, yeah.
yes. Now, because it was very important to find this maneuver. I think that's why Nana spent most of her time. But now that she is sure that the draw is within reach, it's fine. Emil, let's have a look at another position. Alexandra and Mary are having a very complex middle game, and Alexandra actually managed to play g4. She played g4. And she is eyeing, yes, at this g5 plan.
Yes, but
No?
did she really need it? Because she had this solid positional grip with the queen on d5 and all the pieces, and now she's, you can be advantages on all sides of the board. I mean, you can if you have extra queen, but typically you don't. So you need to focus somewhere. So she was doing very well in the center. So she regrouped in order to start trying something on the king side. And I don't see it succeeding really because, okay, g4, f4, but your king is also vulnerable. And I don't see many threats. I mean, you don't have enough pieces there. I mean, if now she played f4, I can just take f4. And what have you reached with
Queen f4, maybe she wants to get to this d6 pawn. The thing is, yes, Mary just played rook b8.
rook b8? Which is
attacking the pawn on
also
b3.
more than reasonable. I think if anyone, black is better already, because once again, white created too many weaknesses in her position. And it doesn't go anywhere. Let's say you break through with g5. That's your like your lifetime goal. But what actually you have reached? I mean, that's also one advice for players, let's say 1500, 1800. I notice a lot in competition for young players. When you go ahead, it's a good feeling. You just move pawns, you attack. But don't forget that when you move all these pawns up, it feels your position is filled with gaps, a lot of gaps inside the position. So unless you are on the momentum and manage to convert this momentum to reach something very concrete, to give mate or to win piece or to win to kick out your opponent's pieces from important squares, then you are left with nothing. Like here, okay, you play g5, I take. Mate, no mate. d5 square, but you can. Your knight is too far away, so you can get. And I can start playing with black. f5 next move maybe. Rook threatens to take on b3. My knight can suddenly go to f6 and to h5 because you cannot take it due to the pin. So if I were to choose a color, I would choose black at this moment.
I understand, Emilian. The more I looked at this position, I realized that there is no comfortable way to protect the pawn on b3. So Mary just underlined that Alexandra has to go all in after this move f4. Maybe she has to play g5 and to go for something.
What about other games? Because we haven't been visiting Lagno against Agraval.
Let's get back to this game. Oh, I think that Vantika played very well.
Let's have it in our screen.
Yes, let's bring the board.
Yes, and the times. Oh, both of them are under a minute, so it's something very exciting here.
So, I think that Vantika played very well when she played f6, restricting the bishop on b2, and Katerina needs to play actively here.
Already some moves were played, so the pawn has been traded or something. So is it Vantika pawn up.
Yes,
I think Vantika is pawn up, and she can play rook e2. No, can she?
She managed to navigate the complex middle game and to have this pawn
She
up.
looks winning after rook c2. Rook e2. What's the move for black? Is my, I mean, unless I missed something very simple, I don't see what.
Check.
Where is it check? Queen c4. Okay.
Queen c4.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So she, and that's why she plays queen f7,
right.
just in case. Yes, it's not easy to see where all the pieces belong here. So after.
Okay, now we get it in our screens here. It will be easy. By the way, I don't know how about you. I find it difficult to look at the position from 45 degrees.
It's very difficult for me.
Because when I look, I can easily look from black side when I'm playing white or opposite, but from side, I'm like dropping 500 points immediately.
It's like I missed half of the pieces. Yes,
no, not only in chess.
It
not only in
happened
chess.
to me.
In every board game, actually, I like playing board games like Colonizers of Catan and so on. And typically, I'm not too bad at this. But every board game, I just have to see it, preferably facing me, or at least 90 degrees, but not 45.
So let's just assess, and what do you think, Emil? Will Katerina be able to hold? Of course, the opposite color bishops, they give a lot of hopes to Katerina, but as we know, with rooks and queens, the situations are a bit different.
She wanted to trade. Now Vantika wanted to trade, but Katerina didn't trade. Let's have a zoom in. Yeah, Queen G6, and she played Queen C6. I don't know. I mean, the position is objectively holdable, I think, but practically black is. Not only because what's the difference about this pawn? It's not just an extra pawn. You cannot, after all, bring this pawn to a pawn shop and to leave it there. The pawn protects the bishop on c6, and the bishop on b2 will never be protected on this diagonal. So it can be attacked, it can be harassed out of this diagonal by rook a8, rook a2, and so on. And the bishop on c6 also prevents white's rook from penetrating. So that's why this pawn has additional importance.
Oh, Emil, maybe let's switch immediately to the game between Stavrola Tsolakidu and Harika Dranovalli, because I think that Harika has created a lot of threats. I can see the rook on e1, the queen on...
Rapid chess. You need to know. Yeah, we see Stavrola is in trouble. It looks like she's in trouble. She's a piece
rook
down,
h1,
and the mate
is
more
there.
dangerous.
Yes, the mate in net is there.
Bishop f1. She finds some reserves, but I don't see it really helps. Rook f1, queen e8, and king g7. Oh, then rook takes g6. Brilliant. Let's have a look. So if she plays, I'll try to show maybe.
Yes, on the board, if rook takes f1, then Stavrola can make a draw.
Probably, yes.
Yes, let's show it on the board.
And after king g7, rook takes g6.
If we will be able to bring this board,
I think
16
Harika noticed
seconds,
it, because otherwise she would have taken. So she noticed it, and now she thinks how to repel it. Maybe she can make some quiet move, but not so quiet, because the position is complex. Yeah, so, well done for Stavrola for finding. I don't know. It's still probably lost, but finding this already is very meaningful.
Actually, Stavrola, I just wanted to understand how everything happened. Stavrola sacrificed the knight on f5, and I think it was a very sound sacrifice. But then she misplayed her game. And
no wonder is rook f1. She takes. She didn't find anything better than that. So queen f8, king g7, rook takes g6.
And it's a draw.
It looks like a draw, yeah.
Rook
g6, fg, queen e7, and it's a draw. I think Harika realizes this as well. I think by taking, she just agreed to a draw. It's not like she missed it. It's a draw. Even if you go king h8 and king h7, then it will be a draw, but she shouldn't.
Okay, let's quickly get back to the game between Valentina Gunina and Nana Dzagnidzhe. This endgame has a completely different character now. What do you think, Emil? It's like all the pawns are gone, but Nana has an extra pawn, and she just played rook b1.
Wow, that starts looking bad for...
Rook g1 is a threat, and then she will lose the rook on f4.
Looks bad for Gunina.
This is it. Gunina is lost.
It looks so, because she can probably play later on king h2, but there will be a lost endgame with 2 pawns down, or pawn endgame with a pawn down. Yeah, looks just lost for her. She what happened to her actually often, she's a player, we know her for 20 years now, she often gets too excited and then she overpresses and
Yes,
loses.
in this game, yes, was
So here,
overpressed.
typical win here would be rook g1 check. You cannot play king h2 for rook takes g4, and after king f3, h5. Because if you were managed to stabilize, it could be a draw. This rook b3 was not very precise.
By the way, I think Valentina
But
Gunina
still h5 is winning.
is the only player who I've seen losing the game against Alexandra Kosteniuk. She was trying to win a queen, an endgame with a queen and 2 pawns, and Alexandra defended with a queen and 1 pawn, and Valentina overpressed and she got mated.
Yeah, this happens. So let's see what happens with Lagno's game, because that's the one which we left a bit prematurely and there was unclear.
Oh, I think it's a draw now.
Okay, now it's a draw.
Yes, because Katerina just needs to keep control of the b2
For
square.
our spectators, there is a pawn on b4. You don't
Yes.
see it, and that's why the game still goes on, but it's a draw.
So king c1, and even if the king takes the pawn on g3, it's still a draw. So Katerina shouldn't worry about this as long as the king controls the b2 square, so she can actually play king c1 and king
So
b2.
is there any game where intrigue is still alive? What about Kosteniuk? Kosteniuk is...
Oh, they.
Vaishali.
They've
We haven't
traded
seen Vaishali
everything,
for a long
yes.
time.
Okay, so let's have a look. And
The game which we proclaim to be the most popular battle.
of this round, Carissa is still on the top.
Carissa is winning, but pay attention to the time, so it's only 40 seconds for both of them. So it's not already 10 minutes versus 1 in the winning position, it's 40 seconds versus now 30 seconds in the winning position.
King f4, so if Carissa takes on b2, Vaishali wants to play king g5 maybe and rook e1. What do you
Not so
think?
simple. There is this pawn on d4, which can always be, king e5 and so king g7. I think I would have played king g7 as well.
Yes, and Carissa made a prophylactic move.
And now rook f2 would be a classy move, but I'm not sure it's a good one. I mean, it's classy, but maybe not the best one. Just to cut it off. But maybe now is the time to take, because white wants to remove the bishop and then knight f5 check. So it's not very simple. You have to be precise here.
Maybe if rook b2, then I can activate my rook and I can play rook e1 also. What do you think, Emil?
Yes.
Carissa is
So she
trying to
plays
avoid
bishop
it.
d5 just to stop any activity, but does it really stop it? I mean, bishop b1. I think bishop b1 is a move. Still, it's not till done. No, it's anything can happen in this game.
Yeah, stranger things have happened in tie breaks, and players are getting down to their last 20 seconds. Vaishali needs
So
to
let's
make
stay
a
on
move.
this game, yeah. And then bishop
b1
b1
is
she
on
does
the
play,
board
yeah.
with the idea of playing knight
The
f5
5 check.
and winning the knight on f6. Well, this king became a very active piece in the endgame.
Like earlier, you remember I mentioned queen and rook in the center of the board. The same with the queen, with the king, of course, but it's much more easily mated than queen is chased that way.
But Vaishali just played rook f1. Maybe now Carissa can take because the bishop is not protected on b1. And she did take on b2, 3-3. She has 3 extra pawns right now.
And 20 seconds each. So will it be over, or bishop f5, some stress, g3 maybe, knight h7 check? She sort of kicks. I'm not sure this knight h. I like it because king h5.
King
she
h5
just gave
fold.
a way important pawn for no reason. I think g3 was a very strong move, and yeah, she sort of, you see, she's sort of looking at clock, which showing that wow, what did I do? G3.
She
She
can
has to
play
play
g3
g3.
here.
She still is winning, but she just lost a bit of her advantage. Let's say maybe rook g1 now or anything. 20 seconds for Vaishali, 25 for Carissa. I can say that Vaishali is more calm. She controls the position better, but her position is much worse. Rook g1 is the correct move, probably. And now black has to get the knight back into the game. Knight f6 check, I would say.
But what if king g5?
And then G2. Okay,
G2.
she played immediately G2. She, in order to liquidate now, I mean, she's ready to trade everything, but to remain with an extra pawn and then with the hope of snatching another pawn. So that's what will happen
But
eventually.
maybe it's better to take the knight in h7 and then to take rook g2.
Is that what she does?
Okay, because that's your only chance to survive is with this knight against the bishop.
Rook G2, maybe, okay, now Rook B3 is the only way probably to play for a win. Because you cannot really trade and expect to win that one, but Rook B3. Rook B3 looks a bit risky because your king suddenly in a sort of a mating net, but there's no mate, so you have to go and try. Because worst thing, you get perpetual. Yeah, Rook B3. She sees it and she plays the strongest one. So, no, the level of play is very high, even...
What if knight f3, with the idea of playing knight g5 check? Okay, rook
g3
g3
so
first.
far, and I think she will get the pawn and to play before
And
next
now
move.
she can play knight f3.
Yes, and I'll play f6. f6 restricting the knight, and also bishop f7. After rook g6, bishop f7.
And Carissa wants to play b4 also, maybe.
Yeah, f6, she will play f6. Yeah. Now Carissa is back in the driving seat, and she feels that she's very close. But Vaishali will not go down simply. I think so she will find something. You see, now bishop d5 probably, because if b4 then knight e4 still. So she kicks the king away. That's g4. She is running to help her army on the... And then bishop d5 probably. She wants to play b4.
Meanwhile, Nana defeated Valentina in a dramatic endgame, because Nana defended very well, and then Valentina overpressed and blundered an exchange. So it was the matter of technique. Yes, and this is a very exciting game between Vaishali and Carissa.
Knight e4. What happens? b3 maybe.
Yes, b3, just push.
No, bc. She wants to have her connected pawns. I don't know. I would have played probably b3 because then it's very difficult to stop, because also my bishop can join from d6.
And the king is very far away, so probably anything is winning here. So you have to take knight c3, yes?
Yes. But now what? It's not easy again, because now I have d5. b5. Is it some sort of hidden tactics? Knight takes b5. So
yes.
what?
What if I take on b5? Oh,
She
Carissa
blundered.
she forgot about knight b5.
She just blundered it.
Okay, but I think that this is a draw now. She simply blundered that after bishop b6, rook, king f4, and the rook is protected. This is it. This is a draw. The knight will block the pawn, and
Rook
the king...
a5 is the only chance. But she's already, I think she's already collapsed mentally after that, because rook a5 was still allowing her to play for a win.
No, this is it. Her advantage just disappeared with one move.
One mistake draws the second one. BC was a wrong move. BC is a wrong move in principle. It allowed the knight to join, to block it, even for some time and so on. When you commit the first small mistake, the likelihood of a big mistake to come is higher, because then your task becomes much more difficult. It's still, a computer may still evaluate as winning. I didn't see the evaluation. But it was clear that after b3, nothing was to stop this pawn. After bc, knight c3. And I told you, you never write off Vaishali. I saw her so many times getting second, third life within one game, just because she keeps finding resources, she keeps posing problems, and that's what happened here. She deserves this draw.
Now she has a joker of her own, the d5.
d5, yeah.
It's on the
King
board,
G5,
king g5,
knight e2.
92.
Yeah, knight e2 is a smart move. She stops Carissa's pawns, and there is nothing to do.
King g4, maybe d6, yes?
Yes, d6 is possible.
Bringing the pawn closer to the promotion square. Carissa has to be careful, of course. She
No, Carissa cannot lose it.
She cannot lose it.
Unless she blunders and bishop with a check.
But
or
you've
something.
said the same about Valentina's game.
No.
No, you said that she is going to press for a win.
To press her in, but you can never say that Valentina cannot lose it, because Valentina can lose any position in chess. She also is very capable of winning, but her style is
It's uncompromising.
absolutely. I mean, she is like berserk. I mean, she just, you can expect, don't forget, she won some rapid tournament ahead of like 15
In
players,
London,
2600 rated. But she can also commit suicide in any position. So with her, it's unpredictable. I remember very well, also in team competitions, like she was, many times she was a hero of a team, but sometimes she was like, you know, the team only needed a draw in her winning position and she would go and lose. So that happens to her every now and then, so it's not a surprise.
So king d5, attacking the pawn on c4. If Carissa protects it by bishop b5, maybe Vaishali will simply push d7. And
Yeah, now knight d4 check, knight takes f5 and draw grid. Well, all in all, a well-fought game, feeling for Carissa because she
played well?
She played well, she played well, but I think she was inaccurate in a couple of moments, and then it was not enough already in a decisive one just to actually clinch a game.
Yes, and what a heroic defense by Vaishali. You know, many would have collapsed already. You know,
Yes.
she found all the defensive resources. She fought, and draw is going to be agreed after knight
Yeah.
f3.
So let's summarize the round one.
We still have one game.
Oh, there is still a game.
Yes, because Katerina Lagno is still playing against Vantika
I
Agrawali.
was sure that this position is not going to change. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm not sure because I don't have the image, but
Can we ask
I
for?
think
No,
okay.
this is drawn.
The
Yeah,
draw was
yeah,
just
yeah.
agreed. I think after King d5. So we have a few games, a few decisive games. So Alexandra Kosteniuk made a draw against Mary Arbidze.
So two decisive games.
Two
then.
decisive games. Anna Muzichuk won convincingly against Song Ying-sing after an opening error. I think
Yeah,
she
just opening. Something went unpredictably wrong. I mean, I don't recall strong players like that going down.
Valentina was pressing for most of the game, but Nana also defended very well.
Nana defended well. Nana deserves a draw, but she unexpectedly won this game.
Yes.
Yeah, because Valentina, once again, that's always has been her weakness. She doesn't know where to stop. And if she were to address it, she would be top 10 player even now. Although she's past her prime, her, let's say, best results came around 2010. But even now, she has a fantastic tactical ability. Her intuition is very impressive. I remember her scoring immensely in the World Blitz Championship in Samarkand 2023. And Blitz is the best testament to your intuitive skills. But sometimes she just goes nuts and she collapses and she commits suicide, and that's not, let's say, it didn't surprise me that it happened here.
So we have two players who have their backs to the wall.
Yeah.
The Chinese player and Valentina Gunina. We will be back, I think. Emil, please tell me, do we have the same schedule
Yes, we have
for
the same
today's
schedule.
tiebreak? Yes. So the game will start in 20 minutes. We will just show you maybe the prizes. Yes, what are the players fighting for? Because the pay jumps are starting to be very important. So if you're qualified for the round 4, you will get $9,500, but it allows you also to hope, you know, and dream about the prize in the round 5, which is quite important, $14,000. And of course, the players have their eyes on the first prize, which is $50,000, with the overall prize fund being very close to $700,000, and which has been increased considerably this year.
That's true, but said that, I still think that for most of the top players, the main prizes is also the World Cup itself, because winning the World Cup is very meaningful, and the qualification to FIDE Candidates 2026. We have 3 spots here, so it's of course gives motivation, extra motivation for the very top players here, even more than the prizes which are reasonably good. Yeah.
Yes, so writing your name in the chess history is probably the biggest motivation of its all. Thank you very much, Emil. We will take a short break. Please enjoy our media content, and we will see you in a few minutes.
And I'll see you in a few days.
This International Chess Day, FIDE challenges you to take the game to new places, literally. From mountaintop matches to underwater games, or a blitz session at your favourite local landmark. Play anytime between July 10th and 20th. Share your moment using hashtag International Chess Day or send it to social media at FIDE.com. Your game will be seen in all parts of the globe. Unleash your creativity, make your move, and celebrate chess your way. Let's show the world that chess can be played by anyone and in any place.
I'm here with Valentina Gunina, the first person to finish today with a victory against Anna Dagnice. And what a game that was, Valentina. You had to come back from your loss yesterday. Tell me all about it.
We prepared it with coach, and because I'm playing my own Karakan, so for me it was kind of reverse. It was on the board, but just color. And yeah, C4. I also didn't like it. Don't like it when I play my black Karakan. So we prefer to play C4, and yeah. But probably she just didn't prepare it or didn't remember or whatever. And yeah, for me it was kind of easy because I need to win, and she needs to concentrate. I mean, we both need to concentrate, but I mean, for her probably it wasn't so easy.
Yeah. And that final tactic on the board is a beautiful one. I think we'll make a puzzle out of it. How happy were you when you saw that after she played rook g6?
I was calculating rook c6, okay, just d5, and without rook h6, I was calculating rook g6 because, okay, rook g6, it's she got under attack. Everything was hanging, so I don't know. I need to ask coach, but I'm happy. I'm happy to stay here for one more day, and probably who knows.
And how are you feeling for the playoffs tomorrow? Of course, it helps that faster time controls are your thing. You're great at that. How are you feeling about that?
We will look tomorrow, but I'm so excited. And you know, I will tell you a secret. I was attacked by mosquito during the game.
In the hole?
Yeah, and I was like, what? And then I started to scratch because of it. And I don't know, maybe I'm too sweet. But all mosquitoes in the playing hall attacked me.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it sounds like you attacked them back somehow. And otherwise, how are you doing here in Batumi? How is your health? How is your happiness?
I just like to be here. Just because I have a lot of team of supporting me, like my brother, my coach with family. So I'm just happy to play, to come back to play. So serious tournament for me, it's just like I'm lucky to be here.
And they're here with you, like physically, they've come with you to Batumi?
Yes. Yes.
That's so nice. So they can distract you a little bit from the chess.
Just supporting.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's so nice. Thank you, Valentina. And good luck for the playoffs tomorrow. It's going to be exciting. At least you have some good time to rest as well. It wasn't like a 5-hour game.
Yeah. And I like to watch my own, how girls play in this tie breaks, because it's really interesting. I like to watch all games during my own game or after the game, and especially tie breaks, because it's really okay. It's so complicated for player because you need to concentrate. You're so nervous, yeah, because it's knockout. But yeah, it's really so interesting.
Well, it's also interesting that you say you're watching the other games, because most players I talk to, they're like, I only focus on my game. I see nothing else but you do. So I can ask you about your opinion about the results. I mean, you know, Katerina losing yesterday, all of these things. What do you think about the play that's going on here?
Yeah, it's really interesting tournament. It's so difficult for girls because it seems like all of us nervous, even who is yes, who experience and who's play more often like than me. I mean, yeah, and for example, because I didn't play so much, for me it's quite difficult to play in classic. But it's not because of physically now, and I'm not get so tired after the game because I have some special tiring of my illness, so I can compare like okay. Everybody around so tired, and for me like whoo. Yeah. No, I mean because for me it's life is different, and for me even tiring is like okay, I'm active, I can do it, so it's different for me. I just enjoy to be here. Even I lost, okay, I can continue to smile and yeah, because okay, what to do? Yesterday it happened because of opening. I forgot the right jump by Queen, and then when I realized, I remember like okay, issue D6. It was somewhere in our preparation, so it was like kind of funny. Yeah, oops. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Nothing is stopping you, not fatigue, not mosquitoes. You're on a roll. So good luck for tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play. And beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings. No labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
I'm here with Deshmukh, who has just qualified to the next round here at the FIDE Women's World Cup after beating Teodora Inyak. Tell me a little bit about these two classical games. Amazing game yesterday and the draw today.
I think it's been quite nerve-wracking. Theodora is, of course, really strong, and I wasn't too happy with the pairing, but you know, it's probably all God's plan. So yeah, it was quite a tough matchup, I would say. She played quite well. I think I got a bit lucky in the first game because it was a drawn endgame, and I think I got my chances because she was really low on time. So then I grabbed it, and I actually do like that game. So after that, it got a bit easier as I was also playing white today. And yeah, today actually was tougher than yesterday because I absolutely just wanted to draw and qualify. But my mind couldn't search for ways how to make a draw. All it kept thinking was ambitious, and I'm like, no, we don't want that today. Chill.
And when you say you're unhappy about the pairings, is this because of her as a player, her strength, or because you know her personally?
No, I think she's great both ways. Yeah. Yeah. She's also a great player, and she's been in a good form. So yeah, I think I would be unhappy with every pairing.
And you came a few days earlier. You sat out the first round because you're in the top rated, but you did come in a few days earlier. How did you get settled in, find your flow for the event?
I was a bit nervous before the first round because I hadn't played a super serious tournament since like Grand Prix. And after that, I played Rapid, Blitz, and open tournaments, so I kind of lost my rhythm. But after the first game, I was like, oh, okay, I still got it.
And of course, the Rapid and the Blitz can come into clutch in this event if you get to playoffs. You just did really well in London.
I don't go there. I hope I just win, or else, playoffs are nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
They just kill you.
Are you watching the games of the playoffs when the players go?
Yeah, I did. I actually even skipped my prep sometimes to watch.
Do you feel nervous for them when you're watching, or are you watching their prep and what they're playing?
Both. Yeah.
And Divya, last time you made your debut here at the World Cup in Baku. Now you're playing again, but as one of the top stars, and you've added so much to your resume since then. How do you compare yourself from now to Baku, Divya?
I'm actually glad that when I played my first World Cup, I wasn't as high as I'm now, because I think the experience helped me, and also I got to play the first round, so I was very happy about that. I wanted to see how first round was like, so yeah. I think a lot has changed since then, but definitely World Cup was something that changed me, the previous one, and I think the experience is helping now.
Changed you in which way?
It was, I think, my first glimpse of what top chess looks like. So that really helped.
And now you've been in top chess for quite some time. In the women's elite, playing the Grand Prix, playing in Super GM teams like in London. How is it? At the top, of course.
It's stressful, it's very stressful. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Well, thank you so much, Divya. Enjoy your rest day tomorrow. No playoffs, so you can chill and watch games, I guess.
Indeed. I get 2 rest days, actually, so I'm super happy about that. Thank you.
And we'll see you after the second rest day, your second rest day.
Yes, see you.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning, held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more. Inspire, unite, transform. Join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Register now and be part of the change.
Mariette, you have just qualified to round 4. Tell me how you feel. You're on a roll, you're on fire.
No, I feel good. I mean, I had better position like yesterday. It was like kind of winning, but I was not okay if I didn't win. I just played good, so I will continue to play good, and it will show up. So yeah, it did.
Yeah, yesterday we all kind of thought that you would secure this. I mean, you were winning for...
But then I played like so immediately. I took on f5, and then she found all the good moves, and like that was good for her. But I was like, okay, it's like next game, next try.
So you think you played too quickly?
I think yes. I didn't realize that like she has like rook b6 and rook h6 immediately. So I thought, okay, yeah.
And this time you played against someone more your age. You took out Garyashkina last time. Shukman, tell me, what was that like, playing against someone your generation and beating her?
I actually play a lot with them because in Kazakhstan we have like a young generation too, and I practice playing with them.
And how else is your World Cup going? We speak about your chess all the time, but you know, you're here in Batumi with the best players. Tell me how you're enjoying this experience.
Yeah, of course I'm enjoying it because it is also like first time, so yeah.
And tomorrow you will have an off day. Last time you were playing the playoffs, and now you can rest a bit,
yes.
right? Double rest day. What will you be doing?
I don't know, maybe have some food somewhere and go out. But nothing special, I think.
Do you try to stay away from chess in these breaks, or do you do some preparation as well?
It depends. I mean, I don't know my opponent yet, so I will see. Maybe I will have rest, and then when I know my opponent, I will prepare.
And finally, Mariette, you're on such a momentum, just winning. What would you attribute this to? the reason for, this momentum that you are on? Is there some routine that you got? Like, what's your special recipe?
I don't know. It just feels like I'm playing good, and it's kind of when you get these emotions, you keep these emotions every time. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Kamalidenova. Got it right, very good. And I hope you have a good day tomorrow and for the FIDE, and we'll see you for the next round.
Thank you.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Dear chess friends, welcome to our studio in Batumi. This is Women's World Cup, and I'm joined by Women's Grandmaster Katie Javakhishvili, but you still can make it. Katie, welcome. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. I'm here to make a Grandmaster norm. I think I should also get myself into the World Cup. This is the biggest tournament for female chess players to achieve their goals and their dreams in the world.
But I think it's important to have those dreams, Katie.
Yeah,
So yes, you can make it, definitely. This is the second game of our tie-break matches, which started an hour ago, third round. We had a few decisive games. So Nana Dzagnidze defeated Valentina Gunina, and but in a very interesting game where Valentina blundered at the end. And we also have
Anna
Muzychuk who won with the white pieces, but the scenario of this game was completely different. It was a very convincing victory. So those players have to bounce back and to win on the match. On demand, and all the other matches actually are tied.
Yeah, we know we have today 6 matches, but I think we'll go all the way to the Blitz, because now, as we're getting closer to the middle of the tournament, the matches were equal.
Yes, they're very balanced.
There's not a favorite in any of this match, and these players have played against each other, and we don't necessarily say who is the favorite in any match.
And I just wanted to announce the results of our poll, because each round we choose players. So this during those tie breaks we have chosen Alexandra Kosteniuk and Maria Rabidze, and we asked our audience who were the maybe not rooting for, but who they think will advance, to the next stage of the Women's World Cup. And 68% of our voters, they decided that Alexandra Kosteniuk will advance, to the next stage.
And the rest 32 are probably Georgians who support this Maria.
But I think this does not reflect the support the Georgian players get during this event. It's of course important for them to play in Georgia. They're surrounded by friends and family. Katie, you know more about this, of course. But it can add to the pressure.
It can add the pressure, and Maria Rabidze is a new mom of very little precious baby who's only 11 months old. And she said that she missed her baby, but she's here alone without her family because she needs to be focused. She's professional and she's fully 100% now focused on her match.
And that's a challenge that women professionals have to face. You know, it's not easy to get back, of course, to in shape after motherhood. And Mary has such a small baby. She also needs to forget about everything. Did she eat? Yes. Like, how is everything? She needs to be fully immersed in these tie breaks. And here we are. She has white pieces.
Well, the thing is, from the moment the clocks are started, you forget everything in this universe and you're fully focused on the chessboard. That's what professional chess players are doing and are really good at. I'm sure these two players right now are trying to lock in only in this game.
And especially the pace is completely different, of course, compared to the classical games. And one thought actually can affect your concentration, and one mistake will decide the game.
Exactly.
You need to forget that you have 2, 3 children, 4 children. This doesn't really matter, Katie.
Not at all. I had a talk after this tournament with Nina Vaishali, who's a very good friend of mine, and she was knocked out in the second round, and we're gonna have this interview very soon coming. And she said, I asked her what is necessary for this tournament. It's a different format. What you have to work on it, and one of the 3 components he mentioned was luck. She said you need to be very lucky if you want to go through the rounds in this event.
Of course, I agree with you, because this tournament is very long, and as much as advanced, of course, as you mentioned, the pairs are becoming more balanced. So, how to make a difference? Yes.
Like, we don't know. Like, on one side we have with black pieces Alexandra Kosteniuk, who has won probably everything in the chess.
Maybe one of the most accomplished players.
Exactly. And she has been as the top of the women's chess for years. And on the other side, we have Mary Arabidze, who is a fighter, who actually won the European Championship, who is a member of the Georgian team for around 10 years, and she's really young. They actually just started to play, and the point is that we don't know what's going to happen in this match. We cannot obviously say who will win.
Katie, I have some statistics of my own, because I've checked their games, and their live score is actually tight, because they haven't played so many classical games. However, they've played many games in rapid and blitz formats, so they know each other very well.
Absolutely.
And here we are. Mary Arabidze started with C4. I think, Katie, yes, the English opening.
The English opening, and then she went with G3. She loves to fianchetto her bishop on G2. That's what I know, because I played a lot of times with Mary. We're one generation. She's very good at tactics, obviously, so I think she'll count on that pretty much in this match.
So Alexandra went for a more positional approach. She decided not to develop the bishop on B4. She played C6, blocking the bishop on G2. But then instead of playing D5, because Mary actually played this move knight f3, suggesting that Alexandra could play. Maybe now we can bring this just a little bit.
What I'm just thinking, on the one of the boards, Runavali against Solakidu, we have one move on the board and black is not responding. Do you think she's maybe missing from the game? Or shall we check that?
Oh, yes.
Look at that.
Stavroula is not yet here.
You can't afford to lose any time here in this time control.
I'm noticing. I thought that was a simple glitch, but not.
No. She's not there.
All
the players are given this time schedule. That's when the rounds are starting, and also in the round 2 we had already this schedule. So she's aware of the fact that the round starts at 4:20, but she is already 2 minutes late.
Okay, let's say that players can be late, yes. So even if she will have 2 minutes on her clock, she can still play this game.
Yes, we remember Magnus Carlsen walking on last 40 seconds to his game in the Blitz, and he still won against the Grandmaster. So we have seen a lot in chess.
But yes, I just
game?
wanted, no, this game, of
This
course,
game?
I just wanted one suggestion after knight f3, because in this move order, when Alexandra played c6, I think that it was important for Mary to play knight c3, because if bishop g2, Alexandra wanted to play d5. That's why she started, yes, with c6. So Mary was forcing d6
No,
or
this is
e4.
hanging,
Yes,
e5
or
is
e4.
Exactly.
Alexandra could have played e4 here, I think. What do you think, Mary?
I think I would go e4 here, because like why not? You get this space advantage, but the pawns are never coming back. So you're also giving up some d4 square. Maybe there's knight g5.
So many options. That's why I said that
Yeah.
Alexandra went for a more classical approach. She decided to play d6 to develop her bishop on e7. Then both players finished their development. They castled. Mary played queen c2. Bishop g4, it's a very natural reply, of course. And here, after rook d1, look at this. Alexandra played c6, but she has very deep positional understanding of this game. So after rook d1, white want to play d4.
Yes.
So she lost the tempo, but she
She
played
stabilizes
c5,
the center,
yes. She
Well,
played
with the
c5.
black pieces, you already start a move later, so you are at tempo down. This c6, c5 is another tempi here, right? But it opens the road for the knight to c6, and this is very nice square also on d5. So that's her calculation.
And actually, it underlines this very strange position of the queen on
Queen on
c2 and
c2.
rook on d1, because maybe, Katie, you can highlight. Normally, the knight has to reroute itself to d5 like this, but now you have the queen on c2.
Exactly, and just because we don't have any single pawn even traded in this position, it's close position, and now the players can move the pieces around. Even you can afford to move one knight on the 3 different squares to achieve your goal to actually control d5 square, which is a weakness, because the structure we have here with black, this kind of wall structure, creates the weakness on d5.
Stavrola is not yet
Still
here.
missing.
Okay, so let's maybe have a look at the game between Nana Zagnidze and Valentina Gunina. d4, d6 was played, so Valentina cannot choose a classical, let's say, opening like Queen's Gambit, because where the structures are defined, so where Nana can press with a slight advantage, she needs to have this chaotic approach, play some modern opening g6, and that's what we see on the board. But Nana played g3. It's also a very positional approach. She developed, she fianchetted her bishop,
All
of
the
course.
Georgians will love to play g3, bishop g2.
But do you think this is because like you feel safe?
Sorry, we were gonna talk, but look at this. Stavrola just arrived. She handshaked, and she has less than 10 minutes on the clock. She gave 5 minutes advantage to her opponent on the clock.
Okay, let's hope that she's very well prepared, because 5 minutes with this time control is a very important like addition, but please don't forget that players get 10 seconds increment. Of course,
as well. So she needs to get a good position.
Yeah, she needs to play a few moves, a few intuitive and quick moves, then maybe get 1 or 2 extra minutes to think.
Yeah, you asked me the question if we are playing g3 and bishop g, more like this fianchetto Catalan type of positions out of the safety. Well, I think the reason of that is that we're a small country. We do have a lot of players, but we are still a small country, and we have like a few good coaches that everybody wants to coach with, and that's why a lot of Georgians have the similar openings. So all of us play also Caro-Kann. We love to play Caro-Kann. We love to play Sicilian as well, and we love to play with white pieces, pawn on g3 in war, no matter what. And this is a big influence because we're working with the same coaches, or we're working with each other. So that's actually influenced pretty much.
Thank you, Katie, for revealing a few secrets. It reminds me actually of Moldovan chess school where I grew up, and where everyone was playing the King's Indian attack, or bishop b5 or Solima Sicilian before everyone started to play it, and it became
That's a small country thing,
exactly one of the main openings now. So, what do you think about this position? Look, Valentina played h5. Maybe let's just get to their position.
Point, yeah.
Yes,
h5. I think this is exactly what Valentina needs to have. The pawn on h4, trying to open up the h file for the rook, and look at the battery, bishop and the queen also looking on the king side and on h3.
Nana is not afraid of ghost. You know, she took on h4. Ooh. The thing is that here black cannot comfortably sacrifice rook h4, g takes a4, and the queen is not on d8. You want to you want to follow up with e5, queen h4, then maybe king e7, knight f6, knight g4. So many moves.
Exactly.
It's not enough. So Nana took on h4. It's a very courageous decision, but she stays true to her style. Okay, you gave me a pawn. I think
Thank you very much.
I think that you don't have enough counterplay here. Knight f3 back, because bishop f6 was threatening bishop h4. It's still a game, but Valentina will need to find a lot of strong moves if she wants to mate Nana here, and queen g4 is on the board. I think she wants to transfer her queen to h5, Kitty. So queen g4 with the idea of queen h5.
To look for, then bishop g4, and already the pawn on h2 is hanging.
So what Nana can play here? Can she move her knight and offer to trade queens here?
I also...
I was thinking, how about this move knight g5?
Knight g5.
I think
I love that move. If you take with the bishop, I first take the queen, and then I trade the queens. I trade one pair of pieces. Nana just needs here to make a draw, and she's in the next round.
I like this move, knight g5. For me, it's a very simple way to play, and I want to trade queens. So maybe let's move to our next game. Anna Muzyczuk and Yuxin Song.
Okay, what are all the pieces?
Yes, the Chinese player needs to win.
They have traded the knights.
And with the white pieces, but I think that this position is very balanced for Anna. Does Yuxin Song want to castle long? Katie, what do you think here?
I'm kind of thinking this pawn on h4 indicates us that she wants to castle on the long side, and also that you're bringing king into safety and getting the rook on d1, which actually just targets the pawn on d6 in one move. That's very comfortable. So I think, yeah, her next move is long castle.
And I also can see that sometimes white can play knight a5 here. It's the move that you make sometimes in the Spanish when you target the pawn on b7, but here you can target the pawn on c6, yes, and maybe force it to play c5, but then the knight on d5 is becoming less stable.
Exactly. And the pawns are not that good looking anymore.
So let's move to the game between Vantika Agraval and Katerina Lagno. Vantika played very well with the black pieces, so they drew this game, but Vantika drew on her terms. Yeah. So that's the position on the board right now. She started the minority attack with the white pieces. She played b4, bishop
a4, b5 will come as well.
Yes. It's a standard plan here, yes, Katie? So after...
Yeah, you know, Almira, I have this very sweet story. I played d4 ever since I'm a child, right? And we bought the book on castle structure only. One day I didn't know anything about castle structure, and this book was in Russian. So I understand a little bit Russian, but I cannot read a book when I'm like 10 years old.
So you're like Bobby Fischer, you know, you needed to read these books in order to get
to understand. Yes, and of course back then it was not so easy to work with every single topic with your coach. So what my parents did, I slept overnight. They were translating the book. My dad was translating, he's fluent in Russian. My mom was writing everything down in Georgian. They even painted the diagrams. I don't know how they did it. They also draw the pieces on the diagram, and the next morning I had a notebook, translated every single game, every single page from the book, and I learned this pawn structure, and I was winning as a little child. I was winning the cosplot structure with white pieces, with black pieces, because my parents gave me this amazing gift. I'm still keeping it. I still have this big notebook, blue color actually, with my mom's painting in diagrams and handwriting as well.
What a beautiful story, Katie. So this was the book that you read at night, yes?
They did it overnight, so then I had a pressure. If they did it overnight, I have to read it overnight. See, so I was working whole day, but I actually went through to this book, I think 4 or 5 times throughout many years. Yeah.
And actually, this is very important, because if you understand the structure with both colors, yes, you're aware of the plans, so you know how to react.
Exactly.
Yes? And this comes in handy, especially during those rapid matches or even blitz games, you know, when you make the intuitive moves, and you know that if a4 is played, maybe you should play a6, so trade the a pawn here.
Exactly.
Rook ac8 is on the board, so will Vantika play here a4, or maybe she can also start and transfer her knight. She can play knight a4, knight c5. What do you think, Katie?
With white, knight a4, knight c5, and she's going for that.
Oh, she wants knight
you
a4
know what,
here.
Almira, the rook a to c8 indicates that she is ready after b5, let's say b5, to play c5 and to open up the c file as the queen is here and win some time. That's why white just played knight to a4, first to get the knight here, and then you can play b5. The c5 is blocked.
And Katerina replied almost instantly b6. So
yes.
We see that white has achieved this softening of the pawn on c6, but it can no longer get to c5. So what will you do here? Will you play knight c3 back, and then you will play
That's a very nice
b5?
idea.
Yes?
Yeah, you got what you wanted here, and now you can just go with your main plan. This is one way to play. Another way, you can also play bishop a6, just to make sure this rook is uncomfortable. If you keep this rook on c7, it's hanging, and you have some tactical motives as well, like knight to c3, knight to b5 to win an exchange. But if the rook, after this move, leaves the c file, then this is even more weakness. You can play something like bishop to b7 at some point. So here, I think there is also some kind of tactical motives for white.
So Vantika has a few alternatives here, and what should we propose for black? I know that knight e4, of course, is a standard plan. That's why I wanted to come back knight c3, and knight e4 is not possible. And
she's going for that. Yes, she's going for that. This is another very important thing that you also need to avoid your opponent's plans, right? In this position, the black's plan was to play knight e4 herself, and to play f5 and to have some kind of kingside attack. Knight c3, what Vantika just played, also stops knight e4. Now, if you want to go knight e4, you have to sacrifice the pawn.
So maybe one question that we should ask Vantika during those post-mortem interviews is that if she was reading this book about the Carlsbad structure when she was a kid, you know?
I'm sure she did. She knows exactly what she's doing. I'm sure she did.
Instead of some beautiful stories about princes and knights, you know, the Carlsbad structure.
Yes.
Okay, this will be a very long positional game, but I like how white continues to pressure her opponent. Slight advantage maybe for white here.
Shall we go back to Dzagnidze and Gunina? They have a bit crazy position.
Okay, let's have a look.
Let's see what is happening here. Bishop g4 has been played here. h2 pawn is hanging. If you push this pawn forward, you might lose it.
So Nana decided not to play knight g5. She played knight d4, but with a similar idea, of course, of trading the queens. But yes, in my case, it didn't allow to avoid this queen trade. However, bishop d4, given the dark square bishops, allows the queen to stay on board.
So after that, queen h5 happened because rook was hanging on h8 and e5. Of course, very nice idea to open up the e-file as black's king is still not castled. And we have g5. Very interesting move, g5. And we will know why this move has been played. After Nana took the pawn on d6, very logical move, instead of capturing the pawn back, she goes with bishop to g4. So g5 has been played to stop h4 happening. Now if you play h4, black will consider to take on h4 and to sacrifice another pawn on the queen side.
So what can we suggest here? The position has become very sharp, requires a lot of calculation, and look at their time. Nana only has 4 minutes left, and she can't believe this is happening, by the way.
Yeah, Gunina is missing. She's not at the table.
She has more than 15 minutes.
She has 15 minutes, just the starting time on the clock. I think she feels fantastic in this position.
Maybe she simply missed this idea that black can play bishop g4, threatening queen h2 for the sake of the truth, yes.
Yeah, the engine bar still favors white here.
I mean, white is not getting mated. I think that even if you play bishop g2, queen h2, king f1, you know, Nana cannot make her opponent with the knight on g8 and the rook on a8, and she just played bishop g2. But the position has changed dramatically. So the character of the position where Nana had just an extra pawn and a stable center is no longer on the board. She needs to face difficult decisions.
Exactly. And Elmira, in this position, if black goes bishop to h3, obviously black needs to get rid of this bishop.
I think you have to take bishop h3, yes.
And if you take here the rook, then you look at that.
Bishop
It's just
G2,
bishop g2 and you're losing the queen. Of course, little tactic there. But after bishop to g3, how do you think white should react?
I think you have to take. You need to run with the king, of course, and you have king e2. And unless Valentina planned to castle long here, I don't know, she's going all in, you know, like to castle long, you need to bring another rook into play. But I feel that, you know, white can create a few threats of her own here.
Yeah, Gunina, instead of trading the big light square bishop, she took the pawn on d6 and keeps this tension still on the board. h2 pawn is still hanging.
Okay, maybe let's have a look at the game between Harika Drunavali and Stavroula Tsilakidou. Stavroula was very late for this game. She has only 5 minutes left and she's thinking, but I feel that she played really very well.
She still has 5 minutes on the clock. That's her starting time.
And so she traded the queens. Knight bd2 was just played by Harika. So should she simply bring another rook to the d file?
Sounds like a
Rook
plan.
d8. What I can see that she is targeting this pawn on e5, but for the moment you cannot take it because you have this x-ray with the rook on e1. Yes, so the immediate knight e5 is probably losing, you know. So you will take knight e5, yes, bishop b5, and maybe there is bishop. Also the bishop on g4 is like could be trapped. Yes. So what is the best way to play here?
You can actually take on e5.
Yes, and maybe play f3 there.
Yes, after taking on e5, f3. And
I wanted to play bishop c4, you know, but knight c4 protects the rook. You know,
I also wanted that.
I was calculating. But even if you don't win this bishop, I think that with the bishop on h5 and this vulnerable rook on e5, maybe can we find something better? After bishop e5, can we start with knight c4? Does it win something? Okay, it's a very complicated tactical
I think white is happy with this one to play on e5, and rook takes e5 is the only move.
And
because
f3,
otherwise, if you take any other piece, like if you take here, I will just take here, and I'm happy. So you have to take with the rook. I play f3. You have one square to go, and g4, and we just drop the bishop.
Okay, so it's a very interesting line. However, we will not see it happening, of course, because I think that Stavroula rightfully says that this position is winning for white. And
she took the knight on f3 first.
It's understandable because she was afraid, you know, of getting this bishop trap.
Yes,
and
exactly.
this knight is a very important piece protecting the pawn on e5. So.
Oh yes, Tarula has 3 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. We said that she has the increment 10 seconds, but it's not enough. You just gave your opponent the extra time on the clock.
Katia, what about knight b3? Can we harass this rook? Knight b3, where does this rook go? Well, c4 is the only square. You know,
C4 is
valuable
on the square.
Yes, of course. And then, can't we win it?
Very nice score for the bishop that we cannot get yet because this knight is bothering us.
And the knight on b6, yes, is guarding the square on d5. You know, we've seen that Valentina was playing with the rook on f4 in the previous game, and how, like, while in the opening this rook was very powerful, actually she lost the game before of her rook being stuck on the f4 square later in the endgame. It was absolutely incredible. So maybe let's move to the game between Carissa Yip and Vaishali Rameshbabu. We haven't covered it yet. Carissa played very well in her first game, and probably she was completely winning. She had a few extra pounds in the endgame, but Vaishali defended very well. So what do we have here?
It's very interesting setup.
The English opening, Carissa started with c4. So once again we see this fianchetto, but compared to the game between Mary and Alexandra, here we have the symmetrical, English opening c4, c5. White didn't play knight c3 because I think that Carissa wants to play d4. Yes, here.
Yeah, she went bishop g2, and also very interesting.
Double fianchetto.
Yeah, very interesting setup.
And actually, yes, it's one. If I can give one advice here, it's very nice when to develop your bishop on g7 when white is fianchetting the bishop on b2. So I really like Vaishali's reply: g6 and bishop g7. Carissa played d4 immediately. She seized the momentum and she played d4, knight d4, bishop d7, protecting the knight on c6, of course. And I'm thinking, will they end up in dragon structure? No, the pawn is still on e2, so Carissa didn't play e4.
Yeah, she wants to have this bishop more open to the diagonal. h5, I love that move. I love that move too. Starts to push on the king side.
But at the same time, you will have to castle at some point. So h5, knight f3 was Carissa's reply, and then what will you do here? You will have to castle. So h5, knight f3, bishop g4, knight c3, bringing the knight to a very natural square, and knight d5 can fall. h3, bishop f3, h4. And here, yes, it's g4 is a very good reply, I think, because of course you don't, unless you want to take on h4 and to play h5.
Yeah.
But I like the way Carissa played, so g4.
Then she went knight to h7. Her Vaishali's idea is to play knight to g5, perhaps.
And maybe knight g5, knight e6.
E6, yeah.
But the drawback of this line is that, I mean, for black, is that white still has the possibility of playing e3. Well, when you compare it to the Dragon Sicilian, this is a very important maneuver, and then you have your counterplay over the dark square. So I think that this opening went Carissa's way. And
Queen d2, I love that move to stop knights coming on g5. And then we do have, actually very interesting that black did not really brought this knight on g5. Instead, it allowed white to play f4, and now this knight has not that square, has to come back on f6 perhaps in this position. But b5,
yes, f4 is a very double-edged move. It's a very responsible move, yes. So you don't want to allow knight g5, knight e6, but at the same time you're creating those weaknesses on the dark square, so it might backfire later in the game. Black cannot exploit it immediately, of course, and Vaishali went for b5, the standard breakthrough on the queen side when you don't have this play on the dark squares. So
It's a double-edged position, very interesting. Anyone can score here in this game.
but look at their time once again. 3 minutes is left for Vaishali and 6 minutes for Carissa.
Yeah, talking about the time, Almira, I suggest to go back to the game of Zagnidze Gunina because Zagnidze has 24 seconds.
Okay.
She is in a good situation, of course, but look at this, it's a total mess.
Yes, I wouldn't. I couldn't find a better word for it. You know, chaos is on the board, but chaos is probably the best word to qualify Valentina Gunina. Yes,
Sometimes she's a very chaotic player. Let's say, like she loves to complicate the position as much as possible.
Katie, and if you would define Nana with the one word, so what word would that be?
Nana
Any
is a
word.
shark. Nana is a shark. It's circling you all the time in the water. The moment she feels she's very good at tactics, she's building up the tactics. She is, we know that she's solving a lot of studies, chess etudes. The moment she feels it, like a shark, you know, if a shark feels someone is a victim someone is vulnerable in the water and attacks, that is Nana. And the moment is right, she's going all in.
Katie, I don't want to get anywhere close to this game where cows and sharks, you know, are playing. Yes, surroundings. And look at this. Valentina took the pawn on d5. Katie, I think that she will be able to win with the black pieces. She's definitely trying. She has 10 minutes on the clock, and the position has changed dramatically, even though that it's still possible for white to hold, but with only 15 seconds on the clock. Oh,
7, 6. And bishop e2 has been played. Queen f3 was another threat here with queen g2 or queen h1 mating threat. And Nana had to play bishop to e2 to stop this queen getting on the king side.
Bishop f3. Valentina offers this bishop trade, but can you really take it? Let's say bishop f3 and then
You
queen.
have to play rook to g1.
No, queen e4, but
Queen
then I
e4?
wanted to show queen f2. Yes, is winning. So there is not comfortable. Not
And
many
also,
ways. Yes.
Almira, if you play here king rook to g1 to stop this checkmate, then knight gets into the
Knight
basement.
h6,
Knight h6, knight g4, and
yes.
the king is checkmated. So
What,
in the game,
what a position. So queen e3 was played after bishop f3, bishop b2. They've traded the light square bishops, and Valentina brings her rook into play. Rook c5 with the idea of playing rook e5.
Oh, that's powerful.
Because Nana was forced to play rook e1, because after rook e5, the rook on e2 is lost.
Yes.
And knight h6. What a game by Valentina Gunina. This is crazy.
And look at the pieces, knight and the bishop on h4. We clearly have the favorite in this game.
So if Nana
and
plays
that's knight.
f3, not allowing knight g4, Valentina will bring her knight maybe to f5, yes? This is it. I think that at this moment, black's position is really to be preferred. And
She takes king to h3. Yeah, by the way, this pawn was actually hanging.
knight f5 is coming. White's position is going to crumble in a few moves.
Oh my goodness, that's well played by Valentina.
So
She
knight
sacrificed the queen?
yes, because you
Look at that.
Yes, you have a lot of mating ideas. First you take on
Knight
e1, knight
f3,
f3, knight e1, you know,
fork.
yes.
Oh wow.
So if rook g4, let's show this variation, rook g4, knight f3 check.
Yes. And then
King
you just-
g2, knight e1 check, and you're attacking the queen on g3. This is it.
And you're gonna have extra rook
has
and the
no,
knight.
Yes, Nana has no moves. Valentina is completely winning. She won on demand once again.
3 seconds, 2 seconds, and Nana takes the rook on e5.
Okay, but this is not enough. Knight f3 is coming anyway, so even knight e5 taking the rook, and Valentina has an extra piece, and the attack is
Very
still
nice
going
position,
on.
yeah.
I think that Nana has to admit.
I love this match between these two players. This is just amazing. I don't want this match to end in a rapid. I want to see also blitz between these two.
Queen h2. and she can simply play queen h1, transpose into winning endgame. Nana admits her defeat. So this match will continue for another portion of rapid games. Katie, without further ado, so let's have a look what happens in the game between, there are a lot of positions which are quite balanced. So what about, yes, Harika Dronovali and Stavrula? Because I see that Stavrula has now the rook on a2. She took the pawn on a4. She has 1 minute left.
Knight f4. Somehow it feels like if I take on e6 now, then I get the rook on d7 together with bishop to d5, and potentially this bishop also being open.
So maybe after knight e6, black is forced to take on c3. Yes, you have to get rid of this beautiful bishop. But then if you take, no, you want to, I can take on e5 then, no? Maybe.
Okay,
first I think you need to take the knight on c3. But Harika goes for knight a4, rook a4. Maybe she wants to play this position with the pair of bishops.
Not a bad choice.
Even though being a pawn down, but she controls the d file. She will play rook d6, attacking rook d7. Okay, attacking the pawn on b7.
b7 and also knight on c6 is unpleasant.
I was looking only at this pawn on e6, but rook d7. Maybe I can simply play rook b8.
Can I just take this pawn and take the bishop c6 and fork those rooks?
But I will maybe put the rook on b4. So take one of the rooks. Yes. No, I wanted to play rook a before.
Because it's still hanging both of rooks.
It's better. Yes, rook a before, maybe with the idea of taking on b2. So I'm forcing you to take one of the rooks.
Yes. So instead of that, actually, Stavrula played rook to c8. Gives up the b7 pawn.
But maybe she wants to take on e5. Look at this x-ray. Rook b7. I don't know, maybe bishop b5 or knight e5. Yes, bishop b5 is more precise because otherwise you would have rook g7. Okay, she keep creating those little threats, you know, and stay in the game, because bishop b5.
Bishop b5, let's say knight takes e5, and you cannot take it back because I have the
rook
back rank checkmate.
Very, very interesting idea, and Harika was not expecting it because she cannot take on b7 comfortably. She needs maybe to play h3 here.
That's what I'm thinking, h3.
You need to create a luft, h3, maybe g3, just not to have all those ideas with the mate
h3, g3
on the last rank.
Very interesting. 3 seconds, 3 seconds 30 against 1 minute 30. Stavrula indeed played really good on time.
So how about Vantika and Katerina? Maybe let's just show the position which is on the board right now. She managed to play b4, b5. So bishop is on b5. Trading the light square bishops is actually a very interesting idea, because then you will have one defender less of the pawn on d5.
Exactly.
It's one positional way to
I think this game is more or less peace so far.
By the way, Stavrula took on c6, because Harika took on c6, and Stavrula took b takes c6. This position is more or less balanced.
Kept the dark square bishop. I like that.
You can play rook d1 or g3 and double the rook on the 7th file. You have to be very careful. Maybe black would need to play rook f8, rook f7. You need to do something.
Control on the 7th rank. Otherwise, if white's rook gets on d1, e7 and d7, those two rooks on the 7th rank are very
Or even
dangerous.
bishop f8. I like this move very much. So this game is quite balanced.
Interesting.
How about Song Yixin and Anna Muzichuk? Oh, Anna has this pawn on c3, which can be your strengths and your weakness at the
Weakness as
same
well,
time.
exactly,
Yes,
yeah.
if you are not losing it, yes, then you're fine because it allows you to create a lot of counterplay.
Oh,
But
Anna has seconds on the clock.
Yes,
50 seconds
50
against
seconds.
Song's 4 minutes. Song has the time advantage.
she
indeed.
played rook e4. I was only looking at rook e3, you know, with the idea of winning this pawn, because black cannot activate the rook on the a file. You can't play rook a6.
Exactly,
Yes, the
yeah.
bishop on d3 is controlling everything for the moment. Does she want to play bishop c4 here?
Well, the problem with that move is that when you play bishop c4, bishop g6 wins the pin, wins the exchange. Now,
So-
b3 pawn is hanging.
Lost.
So
They're simply exchanging c3 against b3. Oh, that was
no,
the
she played
idea.
b4. Aha! So now both rooks are guarding this one. Oh, that's smart.
Oh, but after b4, rook c8, I think that white will manage to regroup the pieces. I thought that Anna's idea was to play rook a8 and to give checks, actually. You need, you know, now that the bishop on f7 is open, no, rook a8. Let's just,
A8.
yes, because I thought that she wants to give checks, because now that the pawn is on b4, king c3 runs into rook a3. And what do you do here? You cannot play king d4 because rook d6 is winning a piece.
Oh.
Yes. And the thing is, then I'm starting to check you. Yes, maybe king c2 here. But what about rook c6 here, winning a piece, you know?
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
And rook king d2, rook d6 once again.
I love this
so-
idea. Maybe even now she has to go for that because they played actually.
No, but I think she lost a very important tempo because now the bishop on d3 is protecting the pawn on b5. You no longer have those ideas, you know. Now I think that the rook on d4 is protecting the bishop, and this is a very difficult endgame for Anna Muzychuk.
Who actually won the first game and just needs to make a draw, but her time is not very good, 45 seconds against 3 minutes.
So for the moment we have one game which was
Result,
decided.
yeah.
Valentina Gunina won a crazy game against Nana Zagnidze, and we can wait to see more
Exactly,
of those
exactly.
players.
Rabidze and Kosteniuk, very interesting position.
Okay, let's have a look.
Very complicated.
Yes, they drew their first game, and if Alexandra or Mary
wins the
wins
game,
this
they are
game, yes,
going
they are
through
going
the next
through.
round.
And I like Alexandra's position. Look at her powerful knight on e5, protecting the pawn on c4, maybe headed to d3. Alexandra is controlling the b file. And what?
Knight b4 has been played, attacking
knight
the queen. This
b4.
knight can also go on d3. And she has also quite comfortable time on the clock, almost 3 minutes against 50 seconds.
And Mary, she can pin her hopes only on this pawn a5. Maybe she can create some counterplay, but I feel that Alexandra has been dominating in this game. Queen d1.
Now c3 is another. This pawn can go all the way to c2 as knight is supporting c2 score.
By the way, now I just saw that Mary has a maneuver of her own. Maybe she can play knight d6, knight d4, bringing this knight to
on the-
another square.
yeah,
So
looks
queen
good.
d1 protected the pawn on d5, but after knight d3, can we do it?
Now I think she can go for it.
But then, okay, you have to sacrifice this pawn on d5 and play knight d6. Alexandra just played
But the
queen
main problem here
a7.
for white is the a2 is coming next, and then your rook is struggling as well.
Okay, queen c2. How much time? 20 seconds for Mary, 29 seconds, and a little bit less than 3 minutes for Alexandra. We can feel the tension.
Absolutely.
Yes, the electricity is
Yeah.
everywhere. You know.
I love this feeling when you are so locked in your game, you have no time, and I just love to play blitz games. She played rook to a3, is that a move?
Yes, let's maybe
Rook
get
A3?
the board closer, because we discussed this with Emil. You know, I cannot see everything. Yes.
Look at that! I thought it was a blunder, but if you take this, then knight
Yes, knight
e1 wins the...
check.
Yeah.
But I think she will not. She did take it.
Oh, she took
Okay,
it.
she took it. She forgot about
Do you think she sacrificed that?
knight e1. Yes. could
Oh,
be
wow.
a sacrifice, but I think it was more of a blunder, and because the knight on e5 is still very powerful, so Mary will not be able to hold it. I think she's pinning her hopes on this passed pawn on a6.
Exactly.
But Alexandra's pieces are still very active, and she just played rook b6.
She's going for a6 pawn right now.
You will have to play rook ca2. That's the only way to defend the pawn on a6. And then maybe Alexandra can even play knight d3.
Well, I did knight before, attacking the pawn and the rook at the
Or
same
even
time.
knight c5. She can also play c3. Okay, bishop c4 was played. Okay.
Bishop c4.
Yes, Mary decided then that it was more important to take the pawn on c4. So if knight c4, then maybe that's a fortress. Knight c4, rook c4, and then with the knight on e4 protecting the pawn on d5. Okay, it's a very interesting idea.
Oh, I love
Can
that.
see,
Rook
yes.
c7 probably.
I think that this is a fortress, so Alexandra cannot take on c4. What an idea. Brilliant defense, brilliant defensive resource for Mary Rabidze, who has only 20 seconds on the clock, but Alexandra doesn't take on c4.
She gives a check. King goes on h3, no g2 anymore, because this is a hole here.
But then can she play rook b1, threatening rook h1?
Absolutely, and there will be some kind of checkmate
rook is on
strat.
b1. Okay, Alexandra knows that she needs to keep the knight on the board because this piece is essential to her attack.
You know what's happening now? Rook h1 check, king g2, knight e1 check, giving up this and taking the rook on c2, attacking this rook, and you are... Then what, Amira? I don't know. Maybe this is a draw.
Alexandra still has more than 2 minutes on the clock, but let's analyze this line.
Yeah.
Rook h1, king g2, it's very straightforward. Maybe rook h2. We need to bring our queen. By the way, yes, rook h2, king g2, rook king f1, and then queen b8, maybe with the idea of queen b1 check. What can you do there?
I love that.
Because you cannot play... Can you play rook c1?
I think you have to play rook e1.
Rook e1. Yes, but rook h1 check. You have to play king g2, and then I'm taking the rook. Maybe that's the way to win this game, and it's decided by one tempo. If the pawn would be on a7, Alexandra has no possibility to activate the rook.
They're repeating this. Rook g1 is on the board. King goes on h3. Can she go something like g5?
G5 where here right now?
Where the king is on
you need
h3.
first to give check. So will Alexandra see rook h2 and queen b8 or queen b6?
I love that idea.
I'm not sure if this is precise of we are missing something, but rook h2, let's have a look once again. Rook h2, king f1. Let's say I'm playing queen b6 or I don't know,
Queen b8.
Just putting the queen on the b file. Is it winning? So she
goes for that.
Maybe she goes for it. By the way, be careful. I think that if she repeats now, this is going to be a draw.
Third time repetition. Yes. That's what actually Mary is looking for.
She can claim the threefold repetition because the moves are recorded electronically. She needs to stop the position and to ask the arbiter.
Without making the move on the board, exactly.
So Alexandra already missed one very difficult move, and she does it. Queen b8, she saw it. She didn't play rook h8 in the classical game. Mary knew that this move was winning, but this is a very difficult move to see, but Alexandra has done it. So how can she face this check on b1? White has to find the defense. But by the way, yes, you're losing, I think, yes, because I thought maybe rook c3, but then queen b1 and rook h1 anyway.
Rook a to c3?
Yes, something just to block queen b1 with rook c1, but then you play rook h1 and you take the rook on c1 and this is it.
Yeah, and you don't have even a7 here because like you're checkmated, the rook goes back.
What a move, queen b8. I think this is going to be the move of the day, and Mary cannot find the way to parry this threat. She plays rook c1, but after rook h1, this is it.
Yeah,
Alexandra sees it, and she can take the rook on c1 now. A7 probably is going to be played. Check once again. Alexandra will win a few extra seconds on the clock. Rook h2, and the queen comes to b1.
And a handshake. Here we have Alexandra Kosteniuk winning the match against Maria Arabidze with 1.5, 2.5.
By the way, we have already draws between Harika and Stavrula, Katerina and Vantika.
And Song Seung actually won against Anna Muzichuk. This game is also on.
I predicted it, yes, because
Yeah.
something went wrong. We still have one game in progress. Yip Karisa is playing against Vaishali. Okay, what a position. Is this a drawing mechanism? Because after King E1, that's all I can see. Karisa has an extra piece, but she cannot avoid the draw. And
Are they? They don't move.
because
I think
they're waiting for the arbiter, because Vaishali wants to claim the threefold repetition, but Karisa cannot avoid it.
Yes.
They can play forever. So knight c2.
What just happened? Knight c2
and knight e3. Because otherwise I can play rook c2 and I can
Win
win
the-
the... Let's
yes.
just show this variation. So Karisa cannot avoid, and the draw was agreed, but this is the line, because if you play king c1 here,
Yeah.
let's just show maybe this last line on the board.
Yeah,
If we
then
can
you lose
bring-
the knights, and that's the losing position. Wow.
But I think we have Charlize live from the playing hall. Let's get back to Charlize.
I'm here with Alexandra Kosteniuk, who has qualified to the next round after a much shorter playoff stay today. Alexandra, I want to talk about your previous playoffs against Padmini. This was up and down, swaying engine bars, evaluations and results. Tell me a bit about that match.
Yeah, it seems like an eternity away already. So because every match is like a lifetime, and well, now I'm all still in the game of this match, and yeah, that was a very tough match. And at one point, I just was ready to say goodbye to the tournament, because okay, first 4 games were of a very high level, but then in 10+10 portion, yeah, it was like I lost. Okay, there were many ups and downs, but I lost. That I didn't have to lose at the end game. It was overpushed. I thought that I can play for a win, and I was punished for that. And then in the game where I had to win with white, I completely mixed up everything in the opening and was lost, like straight out of the opening, like completely lost. And so I said, okay, probably time to go home. But then I got another chance and I spoiled it again. But yeah, at the end, somehow, miraculously, I was able to win, and 5+3 portion was, well, I cannot say that it was easy, but at least it was not that dramatic. So yeah, it was quite a difficult match.
It sounds very mentally challenging in your own way. You're telling yourself it's time to go home. Did you have these thoughts during the match, or did it come only afterwards that your chances of going home were so likely?
Yeah, always. I mean, when something, well, I mean, it's not the worst thing, I mean, to go home. I'm looking forward, actually, because I mean, here it's like the choice that you have is always great. Either you go home, which is great, or you stay in the tournament, which is also quite nice. If you still survive and you're still fighting, that's wonderful, because it can end any minute. So you try to enjoy like your time here, understanding that, I mean, if it's time to go home, then you take it like very happily.
But it is not your time to go home just yet. Tell me about today's game against Arabidze.
Yeah, well, actually, yesterday I was ready to say goodbye again, because I was pushing. I had a great position out of the opening, time advantage, but then somehow I overthought everything and missed some tactics, some nice tactics, and made some wrong strategical decisions, and ended up in a big trouble. And actually, she could have pushed much harder in the time trouble. But then, miraculously, again, when like the smoke cleared, I thought that I was about to lose this endgame. It was very unpleasant, but bishop versus her good knight. But somehow I hold. I still was happy that she offered to draw so soon, because I mean the draw is like the maximum I could have hoped for at that point. And today, I mean the first game I was pushing again, like my position was great. I had a big time advantage, but I spoiled it, and I had no clue what was going on in the second game. I mean again. I somehow played very fast, and I thought that I had a good position, but then I kind of forgot that actually she can have counterplay on the queen side, and then like the position became very, very tense. But I think like thanks to this time advantage, I managed to be more precise and like terrible tactical calculations. I have no clue. I mean, it was a very nice finish, and I'm happy and relieved that I won, and also I'm happy and relieved that tomorrow is a free day, because it's very needed. Yeah.
You can rest a bit now. And it's quite comforting to know that you also don't understand what's going on in your position sometimes. I know a lot of us chess players and at home feel the same way, probably more than you do. But what are you going to do now to kind of come off of these games and get your mind ready for the next part?
Yeah, I'm so happy that tomorrow we're not playing, because after the first tie break, of course, I mean, like I couldn't sleep, and I was still analyzing like all the lines, and so now taking into consideration that I'm not playing tomorrow, I can relax. I need just to calm down to analyze my games. I like watching my games once they're over, and and then just try to take it easy tomorrow and be prepared for the next round.
I ask a lot of players about their goals in this tournament, to qualify to candidates. And I remember our interview from Monaco where you told me you've achieved really everything in chess, and so you just enjoy your games you're playing. Are you enjoying this year in the World Cup as well? Are you looking at the bigger picture of the candidates at all?
No. I don't think you can have a plan in a knockout event. I mean, of course, when you start the event, you'd like it to end well, but I mean, you do what you can do, you do your best, and then whatever comes.
Do you think luck is important here? We've had some players saying that it's more of a lottery and luck to be winning this kind of knockout.
Yeah, but it's the strongest who has the luck, so it's very important in sport, in chess, but you need to deserve it.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. Hope you get some good rest now, and we'll see you at the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlize and Kitty. What a fighter. Alexandra has won it all, and yet she keeps on finding this motivation, this inner drive which pushes her.
Oh my God, she's just amazing chess player actually, and a personality too. But we know that she runs a lot. Just in daily life, she runs kilometers every day. She's very strong physically. That I think keeps her up.
She's very determined, and luck is not the word actually that would describe her. I think she really deserves everything in her life. By the way, Katie, I love the way that you defined Nana in one word, so let's define Alexandra in one word. Yes.
We know that she's a chess queen. That's also her the title, but I don't know actually.
Can it be described by chess? Chess is Alexandra because she breathes chess. Yes, she's such a fighter. Yes, and she's a true ambassador of our game. This was a wonderful
Hard to find one word to describe her, actually.
Katie, maybe let's sum up this round. So only one match has been decided. Alexandra Kosteniuk has qualified for the fourth round, but all the other matches, so we still have five matches which go into another portion of rapid games, 10 minutes plus a 10 seconds increment, two more games, and if they are not going to be decided in the rapid format, maybe we will witness a few blitz games today. So we will take a short break, and please don't forget that, of course, you have a lot of content to keep you entertained, and the game will start in 15 minutes.
This International Chess Day, FIDE challenges you to take the game to new places, literally. From mountaintop matches to underwater games, or a blitz session at your favourite local landmark. Play anytime between July 10th and 20th. Share your moment using hashtag International Chess Day or send it to social media at FIDE.com. Your game will be seen in all parts of the globe. Unleash your creativity. Make your move. And celebrate chess your way. Let's show the world that chess can be played by anyone and in any place.
I'm here with Lela Javakhishvili, who just beat Polina Shivalova to go on to the next round. And as you can see, we have a very empty hall around us. Lela, tell me about this game and the match.
Oh, I'm so tired now. I can't even... well, it was a very positional game. I got a little bit advantage after the opening, I mean in the middle game, and the end game was very comfortable for me to play, and it was not easy for black to defend this position. Probably it's possible to defend by engines, I don't know. Just one weakness black has, but in practical game it's not easy.
And you had, both of you had very little time on your clock, almost a minute, but this endgame was of course winning for you, but there was still a lot to calculate. Were you ever worried, or did you know this would be smooth sailing?
Well, at least it was, I could make any time a draw, and it's already comfortable for me. Of course, at the end I understood that I'm totally winning, and of course I was worried not to blunder anything and make a draw. But okay.
And you would have been fine with the draw? Does this mean that for playoffs you're also confident in your rapid and your blitz skills?
Well, it's not about confidence. It's about, okay, this is a format like this. You should be ready for tie breaks. Yeah. By mentally, physically, everything, because, okay, I don't even remember, I can't even count which this is by number, I mean, which World Cup is for me, so I'm experienced to play tie breaks also.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I did some research, and that you played 4 Women's World Championships in the same knockout format, so you do have a lot of experience. What were your results with playoffs before?
I was in this stage, I mean, before a few times, but okay, I don't remember, but not really big. I mean, big success I had in this type of tournament.
And the Georgian players seem to be quite close, seeing you guys on Instagram and social media. Now, a few of them have been knocked out. What are your thoughts on that, Bella and Nina?
Yeah, I told Bella, don't leave me alone here. But okay, well, we are good friends, and we have a good relationship. At least I took my husband. It was possible because it's in Georgia now, and I took my husband with me. At least he will be during.
So you're not alone.
Yeah.
And otherwise, you say you're happy that it's in Georgia because of bringing your husband. But what else? And how often have you played in Batumi?
Quite often. We had here Olympia, the European Team Championship. We will have European Team Championship in October again. I mean, yeah, it's comfortable for me because I don't need to fly anywhere. And okay, it takes 5.5 hours to come here from Tbilisi by train, but still. This is a plus, but of course, when you are playing in your hometown, it's also, a bit more, you are more nervous or like this. But yeah, because you know that many people are watching your games, and they are kind of supporting you. So you have more, I mean, how to say? Pressure, yeah.
That's interesting, because I would think that you have some kind of home advantage, being more used to the food, the climate, all of that. But you say the pressure is more of a thing.
No. I mean, in chess, it's not a football or something like this. In chess, home, it's not always a good idea. And about Batumi is absolutely different from Tbilisi. It's a seaside, and also the food and climate and everything, for me, it's not usual. So it's like going different country. But yeah, I mean, it's familiar for me, everything. And the Salome also is my very good friend. She's the organizer. She's making everything possible for me to I mean, make my tournament better. And
So you are surrounded by friends.
Yeah. I mean, yes, of course, our federation and everyone is trying their best for us. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Last question. Will you be joining us on the FIDE when we're trying all these Georgian foods?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know. I didn't think about it. You know, you can't plan anything in this type of tournament, so I didn't have any plans before this game, of course, and we will see. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for that, and enjoy your day off tomorrow as well, double off day since you don't have the playoffs.
And also I have day after tomorrow, also free day. I have 2 days.
And we'll see you back for round 4.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play. And beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning, held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisniece, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more. Inspire, unite, transform. Join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Register now and be part of the change.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back to our studio in Batumi. My name is Almira Skripchenko. I will be your host throughout this event, and today I'm joined by Women Grandmaster Katie Tsatsalaishvili. Katie, thank you so much for being here. You are my lucky charm for today. So we are going into the second portion of these tie breaks. Another 2 games are going to be played. 5 tie breaks remain. Those matches are not decided. Crazy games, especially in the match between Valentina Gunina and Nana Dzagnidze. Valentina won on demand once again. Yuxin Song won on demand as well. So Valentina and Nana are on your screen right now. Katie, you know Nana better, of course, but what do you think is going through her mind? Is she cursing herself? You know, she's like, once again, you know, it's like I lost for the second time in a row. Is she the person to tilt, you know, just to lose control?
Yeah, she's physically very, very, very big, you know,
Powerful.
and I know her when I was very little. She was 14 years old. I was like very little, and she was very big, but her heart is so soft, her personality. And also what I like about her is that she's very easygoing. You know, she can really, when we're talking about some other topics, not about chess, maybe in chess she's not easygoing, she's very relaxed. And what's the strength of top grandmasters? They can get over the win, loses very fast. I think Nana has that strength as well. We saw that Valentina has a strength of complicated things. Everyone has something their own, you know. And I think Nana will lock now herself to this. She has been this kind of situation many times, and it's not the first time indeed. Is this Jubava London, or where is the pawn on Z2?
No, it was the classical Slav defense where Nana decided to go for the exchange variation. She took on d5. She takes d5, then it's normal to develop, of course, the bishop on f4, e3. So maybe Nana wants to take things slow.
Slow, yeah.
Especially given Valentina's style, you know, it's not easy to launch a crazy attack here.
You know what? Maybe this is something Georgian too. I played myself the exchange Slav variation when I was in must-win situation because you still have something pleasant with white pieces. You are the first who starts everything, right? And very often your opponent relaxes. Thinks that, okay, the opening is not so bad, and I can move my pieces there and here. And the moment white gets a slight advantage, then it's going to be very difficult to hold the position.
Nana decided to play queen b3. Valentina immediately replied bishop b4. I think that players are still within their preparation. One idea here for white is maybe to play knight h4 and to grab the bishop on g6 if black replies bishop g6. And then you can play bishop d3, yes, and develop
the light square bishop.
The light square bishop. Yes, maybe let's show it. So knight h4 and bishop g6, knight g6, and to play this position. However, this is a very solid setup for black. Everything has been studied.
She goes knight
Nana
e5.
goes knight e5. It's another way to play this position because the knight on c6 protects the bishop on b4.
Exactly, yes. She wants to get this bishop, I guess.
So unless Black will take on c3 immediately, and that's
she has to do that,
yes.
right, Almira? Because she cannot keep this knight and bishop here. She cannot take the knight on e5 because after queen takes on b4, the pawn and the knight will hang. This was probably the only move here for black.
No, I think that Valentina could have played queen e7, but the thing is that's something that I wanted to explain. But that allows white to take on c6, and maybe Valentina didn't want to play with this structure because then, if later on in the game I will play a3 here, you will take on c3, and then I will take maybe with the queen or the rook, it doesn't matter, but yes, I will have this pressure on the c file. So Valentina took on c3 immediately, and if Nana takes, this allows knight e5 as well. So she can trade another minor piece, and even if Nana will have all the pieces pile up on the c file, I don't think that this will be enough in this game, but let's see, as Katie.
Yeah, the game between Csolakid and Jornavali has not started again. Do you think this is the second time Csolakid Stavrola is not on the board?
No, I think that
You
we
have
have a
it?
few moves, yes,
Okay,
played.
okay.
Yes, because Stavrola cannot afford to
Yeah,
lose
I think
5
she's very
minutes
careful
today.
now.
Yes. Mhm.
Let me check it on the board. Yeah, we
Yes,
have
let's
it.
update the games, of course. Mhm. So Harika is playing with the white pieces. She started with knight f3. She loves this move. You know, it's just sometimes you can avoid certain openings.
Openings,
Yes.
yeah.
So knight f3, knight f6, c4, transposing to the English opening, but Stavrola likes to play the King's Indian.
So she goes with
yes,
G6.
Yes, she goes
Everyone
with G6.
plays what they like. White
Of
plays
course.
English because she likes, and black plays King's Indian.
So King's Indian, then d6 is played, knight c3, e5, and as you can see, Harika doesn't want to put the pawn on e4 here as well. She went for rook b1. It's a classical approach. All this has been played many times. Stavrola now has the knight on d4, and bishop e3 was played by Harika.
So yeah, close position. Very likely white will somewhere strike with f4. I suppose in this position, and then we'll look to push f5 further or not.
White can also try and play b4. By the way,
Yeah, she
Harika
goes
just
for
played
that.
it because I asked myself, what if b4? Then I think Stavrola will take a b4. A b4, and it's like I don't like this move c takes b4, because then you will have this weakness on b7, which is permanent, even though you can still play bishop c6. And think it's fine, but this gives white easy play. What do you think, Kitty?
Oh, I like that position. Then you're gonna get knight on d4 or d5, and do you know why I like here for white? Because d4 knight now is the weaker. There's not second pawns on c5 to support it, and we have
Stavrola plays rook a3. She knows that she needs to keep this pawn on c5. I like this move. And she has no time to take on c5 because rook c3 is the threat. Harika doesn't have this time, so she needs to protect her knight, or maybe simply to play knight e2. Because you cannot play queen c1 because of rook c3.
I love that.
Yes,
You can
yes,
show
rook
that on the
c3 is
board
winning immediately.
because of the fork.
And you don't want to play bishop d2. Why did you play bishop e3 then? Yes, so maybe knight e2 is somewhat forced. And I think it's a good move, of course, because you're still threatening to take on c5 and to take on b7.
Exactly.
So let's move to the game between Vaishali Rameshbabu and Yip Carissa. It was another gioco piano. It seems like a theoretical battle, you know, in this match. They are staying true to their opening
Yeah, very
repertoire.
often I understood that the top players, they are prepared against their opponent and they're keeping it up. They have their seconds here, or the coaches, and they're getting slight changes because the coaches are obviously after the game telling them how to play and what to improve.
And you're absolutely right, Katie. By the way, Vaishali, she played knight c3 in this game, so slightly change in her opening strategy, because before she went for bishop g5. Actually, knight c3 is one of the moves where you're controlling the g5 square. It's a different gioco piano approach. So let's say black plays d6 here.
Okay.
The idea is actually to take the bishop on c4, because you can play knight e5 protecting the pawn. So, but white can start first and play knight a4. I know it's
Knight
very
a4.
yes, knight
Here.
a4. Yes, going for this bishop. So the idea is actually to take this bishop on b6, bishop b6, knight b6, and then c3, and to play this position with the pair of bishops. So Carissa went for something different. She first played h6, not allowing bishop g5 in any line. So bishop e3.
Offering the bishop
Yes,
straight.
it's a very interesting way to play this position. So she didn't want to open the F file, I understand, because it's a completely different structure. Maybe she even wanted to castle long
side.
yes.
Yeah, actually that's what happened in the game too, if I spoil it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So bishop b6. Okay, now I can see it. Bishop b6.
Same idea. Black wanted to open f5. I
so
said
both
no.
players castle long.
Look, it's totally symmetrical. It's totally symmetrical position.
It's so rare. So bishop
I've never
b6,
seen such a symmetrical
yes.
position up to this point.
White breaks the symmetry because, as you've mentioned, this extra tempo, the first move, allows them to take on b6 and to play d4. To be the first one, to play d4 in the center. Bishop b3,
and
takes
bishop
b3,
and d5. That would be really funny.
d5. I feel that since
that would be really funny.
You're starting taking the pieces, maybe then you will lose the pawn on e5. Yes?
I don't know. It was in your childhood, but in my childhood we had cases when one kid or two, they were repeating what you were playing, and it was actually bothering so much. And we asked our coach how to deal with that, and he said, you are the first. If your opponent copies you, you are the first to capture, and then try the capture, and they have to stop.
Katie, rook e8 was played, but I have wondered, maybe this approach is fine. Let's put the rook back on h8, and can we imitate our opponent? And can we play d5 here? I have no idea, but it actually seems like a good move here.
Like
if it forces all the trades, then black has equalized successfully. And this is it. Yes, so maybe d5 was possible. But rook e, Carissa just played rook e8. So
going after the pawn on e4.
Yes, she attacks the pawn on e4. How to protect it?
If rook goes on e1, then d5 was the possibility. Queen goes on f4.
Queen f4, so...
I want to play knight f5 to go after g7 pawn and h6 pawn, and the knight on f6 will actually struggle.
The thing is, this queen f4 is a very tricky move because the position, of course, remains very balanced with mutual chances. But I think queen f4 actually now doesn't allow d5. So Carissa went for rook e5. What an unusual maneuver. So she wants to double her rooks on the e file.
I think what she wants is against knight f5 to take on e4 and then take on f5. Do you think that will work?
It will. I think that it will. But the thing is, maybe I should start with f3. I like this move now because anyway you're preparing rook e8, so I want to protect the pawn on e4 and threatening knight f5. And even if you protect the pawn on g7, I still can take on g7 because the knight is not going to be protected.
Exactly. Very, very nice type of position.
But once again, Vaishali is behind on the clock. She is spending a lot of time in the opening phase, and I wonder... She goes for f3, of course. She goes on f3. If those players will make it till the blitz portion of the tiebreaks,
would be very nice. They are both very young, very energetic. They are fighting here for the best because earlier we were talking about Alexander Kosteniuk, who has achieved every possible title. These two players, they are not yet the winner of the World Cup.
They still have everything to prove. Yes,
yeah, exactly.
They are waiting for their moment to shine, of course, while there's already very experienced. By the way, what I wanted to say, Katie, that I really feel that Vaishali needs to speed things up. She is always behind Carissa on the clock. Maybe let's have a look at the game between Vantika and Katerina. They had a lot of positional battles, but Vantika was playing very well against one of the strongest players in the world. So here, what was played? A b3, we can see, yes, she just took the pawn on b3. b3.
The bishop now on a6 is hanging.
Is attacked. So should she take on e2? Yes, and she just takes on e2, queen e2. And as we can see that black has this vulnerable pawn on a7. The knights are powerful on d5 and b4, but black needs to protect this pawn, and Katerina plays a6.
I love how these pieces are now connected, and also these knights are controlling c7 pawn.
But at the same time, so white has a lot of semi-open files, so the rook is on a1. I think that Avantika will bring another rook on c1, so I don't know if she will develop the bishop on b2, d2, then bring the rook on c1, and this c5 square is available for the knight as well. So I think that this position offers mutual chances for both players as well. It's a very complicated middle game. Katerina can play something maybe like queen d7, queen b5, I thought, to trade queens. What do you think, Katie, about this maneuver?
I love this idea, queen d7, queen b5. Just to go to free the square also for the rook. Somehow black has, these pieces are connected well, but they are also overload, I feel like.
Yes, and the thing is that very often when you have those vulnerable pawns a6, c7, you want to play c5. Unfortunately, you have to forget about this plan forever, so you have to switch to something else.
Bishop d2 and queen to d7 happened. Now
and rook c1. Okay, we
went rook
predicted
c1.
everything, so a lot of things are still ahead. Maybe
we have to check the game Anna and Song.
So what is the structure? What was the opening? Oh, c3 Sicilian, the 11 Sicilian once again. So I think that Anna has prepared it for her tie-break match.
And she's really good actually at that place quite often.
In the first game, the Chinese player Song Yixin, I feel that she mixed something up, because when she took on d4, yes, in the opening, because normally knight d4 and you castle, but now I understand what she mixed up. She developed her knight on f6, and I remember analyzing this line, so this was the slight difference, because you cannot allow Anna get this powerful pair of bishops. If you want to take on b1, you need to take it here, and that was a mistake in the move order, so probably her coach indicated her, so she took on b1 here, and now you delay the development of your knight, so you can play e6 first. So let's look how they proceeded in the opening. Okay, so it was a very important correction.
Yeah. Yeah,
bishop b1 here,
and
rook
also
b1.
must needed, because if you again get the worst position, then Anna is not a player you can talk
Anna
with.
Destroyed, you know, Song Yixin in the first thing. By the way, just one thing to mention: rook b1. So bishop b1, rook b1 allows queen a2.
Yeah, let's see
but
that.
after d5, I think that white is already much better, if not winning. You know, I've studied those games. d5. Your knight cannot move here, and I don't think that you want to castle long here. You know? So if you castle long, this is it. You know, all my pieces will be thrown at your king. You can play rook d8 here, because I cannot take on c6 comfortably. But white, I think. Oh, by the way, are we losing the pawn here? I
b3?
have to calculate.
Oh, the rook is hanging.
No, the rook is hanging. It's like, what's what did I analyze here, by the way? Because I had this line at home, I cannot remember it. Because you cannot, normally, you're not supposed to take on b1, because at some point the pawn gets promoted. You know, you take on c6 and then it gets promoted. But what after rook d8, Katie? You have to help me. How are we getting this pawn promoted? It's very interesting, because I cannot remember. Maybe you simply play queen c2.
Queen c2?
Yes, and if you take on d5 with the rook, I can play bishop c4. Yes, and if you take with the queen on d5, then I will simply castle with the idea of playing rook d1 and
bishop c4.
Bishop c4, and look at your the black pieces. Yes, maybe something like this. But I have to check my database. But I think that there was like a forced win, but. How can we make it work? By the way, maybe let's show this line here, Katie, which I mentioned before. If you take on b1 with the queen, because I think it's very pretty. So d5, rook d8. No, rook d8. Here it's, you understand that. Rook d8
Something
first.
is wrong.
Yes. Not queen b1. Yes, rook d8. So if you take here, castle. Maybe yes.
Castle?
No. Rook d8 or 1. how do I take his castle? Rook, queen b1, and then take on c6. I think something.
You give up the queen as
Yes,
well?
I give up the queen here, and I think this is one of the lines where if you take on d1, then I take on b7, and you cannot stop the pawn.
Oh,
I think I
if
just
you do
wanted,
rook to
yes.
d8, then bishop b5.
Yes, bishop
check,
b5
you're forced
check.
to...
Exactly.
And then you
There are
promote.
so many interesting lines, but
wow.
unfortunately, yes, we cannot cover them all. I
Yes.
promise that I will check the database.
You need to create the course so people can see that.
But let's look at the current position, because I think that Anna misplayed something. Katie, the rook is attacking the bishop on b2, the queen on c4
Wait a
is
minute,
attacking...
is black winning here?
The rook on b3. Anna has misplayed something, and maybe she was counting on rook f3. Yes, it's on the board, but this knight is on d5 is still it's a much better piece.
Okay, now this gonna be funny line here. We can just quickly show the checkmate on the back
we have
rank.
to protect the pawn on f7. So what can you play here? Can you play rook f8 simply?
I like that move.
So, but the back rank, you know, is not protected. So I feel that bishop a3. Yes, attacking the rook on f8. So the rook on f8.
How about
is
knight
very
c3?
vulnerable.
Knight c3. If you take on f8, I play knight e2.
And you want to play knight g3.
But it's not working because f takes g3.
But I maybe first I can take on c3 and then take on f8 and then take on b6 with a lot of checks. No, this is not what you want.
Queen c7 has been played over in the queen trade. I think that makes a lot of sense. And also if you take here, then not only bishop but also pawn hangs on
Yes, and
b5.
it all comes down to those minor pieces. This knight on d5 is an absolute monster. Anna will have a lot of troubles defending this endgame. Queen c7 is a very good move.
And queen is trapped. You can't really move this queen. You have to trade the either now or you can play. You cannot play queen c6 actually.
Yes, because the bishop is hanging on b2, so this is it. You have to take on c7, and this is bad news for Anna because she will have to defend it for a while. But this opening went terribly wrong for her, and that's how important it is even to improve your lines during the tiebreak. So
exactly.
Let's move to Nana and Valentina. And as you've said, Nana has this quality that she can forget about her losses, prepare for the next game, and look at this. It was a very positional game, so they've traded the majority of the minor pieces, and Nana is now attacking this pawn on d5. Can she play rook c5? Okay, rook c5 is already on the board.
d5 now is hanging. Somehow black's pieces are all over the places. None of them are protected.
And queen, bishop d5, of course, is the threat. So
the other game has ended. We just see the handshake. Vantika against Katerina.
I think it was drawn. Yes. So Katerina, yes, she just stayed with her rooks on the b file, and they repeated moves. Yes, queen g4, queen e4. Okay, so let's evaluate the game between Nana and Valentina, because Valentina just played
rook a5 to guard the pawn.
It was a very good defensive move because the rook on a2 was permanently hanging, you know, in all the lines. So bishop d5 was the threat. So
what White should do here?
Yes, White needs to bring the rook on f1 into play.
Another game has also finished, Almira, and this is Yip against Vaishali. And
I think Vaishali won. Yes. And in 27 moves.
Okay, the last time we saw was queen to f4, rook to e5, f3, we saw this. And then after this move, the game ended in, wow, look at this, knight d6. Beautiful.
She missed, yes, this jump.
Queen f6.
And queen f6. Then rook e6. Okay.
Rook d4.
This was a very, very important pawn in the center, and it destroyed
pawn
the pawn structure.
The king is now weak. Look at rook d4, lifting on the 4th rank. Another rook gets on d file, all the pieces in the game. And then we have also perhaps knight get into the game, rook to d5, just locking down the black's position, knight to b5. Oof.
And the knight on e5.
c3, king c2, and rook a1 probably is another idea. And rook e5 is another
because
blunder.
rook e5, queen e5, yes, just show it, yes.
And there is a back rank
Carissa missed so many chances in both games, and I feel that when she is facing such a ferocious resistance, that's maybe something to work on. If her opponent doesn't collapse immediately, this shows a few weaknesses in her play, because she didn't manage to finish Vaishali off in those games, and now Vaishali was on the top.
So the topic of perhaps it will work is how to improve your, or what's the way to, how to convert.
Yes,
Yes,
it's a matter of technique, of course, and the games cannot always be decided in some tactical sequence. Of course, you have to be patient, yes, and convert your advantage. Harika Dronovali, I think, is having a very pleasant position because she has the pawn on c6, by the way, and it's not going anywhere, yes, for the moment. So this explains why Stavroula decided to play e4 immediately to close this diagonal. Queen h5 is on the board, so rook f5 is a very important threat. So what if Stavroula takes on d3?
Should white take on
yes,
e4?
he takes d3, then simply rook f5, I think, is winning.
The pawn on d2 is not going forward yet because the bishop is controlling that square.
Okay, you cannot take on f5 because then even bishop d5 and everything is falling, but what else? What can you do after rook f5 here? Stavroula is still thinking. She needs to protect maybe this pawn on e5. Maybe queen f7, but do you want to trade queens here?
You mean in the current position,
yes, if you play queen f7, but maybe I can take on f7 and take on e4?
Yeah, because
your
there's a
rook is not
tactical,
protected,
there's a tactical motives with that. Like, let's say, take. You can also take on c5 and then take on e4.
So it's simply refuted by queen f7 and takes on e4. But so I can't see a way to protect on f5.
She's thinking 15 seconds on the on the clock. I like queen h5 because e4, f5 there.
She just played queen f7.
Harika knows it, but she stopped for a bit. That's very good. She has 5 minutes 40 seconds. She has to pause a little bit. She sees the winning flank, but maybe there is something better.
So maybe let's illustrate. She goes for queen f7. Yes. And she took on c5.
Here. This is very important to get this knight off.
And d takes e4.
Bishop
bishop e4. Okay.
Yeah. Now also the pawn on f5 is hanging, and there is this pawn very close to queen.
So bishop b5 was played. She's losing another pawn on f5, f5, but she needed to...
You can play g4, right?
You can, but the thing is, I'm wondering, is Stavroula trying to have this blockade over the dark squares?
Yeah, she's trying that.
And hope for another draw, because she pulled the miracle in their first classical game. Will this happen again? By the way,
I'm thinking, should white take on f5 with a piece, or to take with a pawn to create a passed pawn? Because bishop is not good to control two passed pawns together. They can control the connected pawns better, but two passed pawns not so much. And we have the answer. Harika decided to take with the bishop. The idea is bishop d6. No, not really much.
The thing is, I was trying while you were evaluating the position, I was trying to evaluate if white can trade the rooks. You know, it's always scary. If you trade the rooks, you think that, you know, that black has a lot of drawing chances. But I think with the pawn on c6 and the extra pawn on the king side,
they can create the two passed pawns.
You actually, I think that Harika could have taken on f5 with the rook. Yes, maybe we can show it just here after g4.
Even after g4 here,
f5, because the plan is here just to bring your king and to create the second passed pawn. And this is it, yes. And the c5 pawn is also very, very weak.
Shall we see the game of Nana and Gunina very fast, because they have changed a lot in the position. And we can see the engine bar here favors white.
Well, trust in your eyes, because I can't see anything. But I can understand this. The king is on f7. You know, so like a lot of checks are possible, but I think it's Nana's move. No, it's Valentina's move here.
It is Valentina's
Nana
move,
just
Queen
played
A5.
Queen A5, attacking the rook on D8. 45 seconds for Nana. Maybe we can bring them on our screen.
45 for Gunina.
For
Gunina,
Valentina,
yes.
okay.
Nana has 2 minutes. He also has edge on the clock.
Queen H5, and Nana can take on H7, by the way.
She goes for now. Oh, she takes the bishop on C4. That's extra piece.
Yes, she's completely winning. Okay,
wow.
You know, I haven't seen it because Queen C5, Queen D6 winning the bishop immediately. Okay, Nana is winning once again.
Yeah, the same scenario. She gets win in the first game, and now Gunina has to come back in the second game.
Only now Valentina will have to come back with the white pieces.
But the still game is on. Look how Valentina played, like she knows what she's doing. She wants to trade all the pawns on the king side, and that's going to be a draw as well.
But after G takes H4, G takes H4, you know, the bishop will control all the
she'll keep at least F2
pawns. How about Song Yexin and Anna Muzichuk? And as you can see, this is what happened. Anna lost. This powerful knight has decided the game, and what a comeback for the Chinese player with the black pieces.
Wow, wow, look at that very powerful comeback. So we have 2 games remaining, Nana Gunina and Dronavali Tsolakido.
By the way, as you can see, Harika understood that she could trade the rooks here because she already has her second pass pawn, so she oh, she didn't take on E7. I thought that it was for her to move. So what does she want if she doesn't want to take the rook on E7?
Yeah, also the rook is quite active. For it can be, you know what, I'm afraid here, but it's not possible because you have bishop to give up your rook and try to play for this stalemate. But you have the bishop, which is the worst piece to give it up.
Meanwhile, Nana won her. It was the third game in this tiebreak.
There we go.
So here we go. This is our last game. We have only one draw for the moment between Vantika Agrawal and Katerina Lagnos. So let's see how Harika Dronavali will convert her extra 2 pawns. She can play king f3 here, but after rook e3, she will have to play king f2 anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing. Just because rooks are on the board, black still has these several checks.
So king f1 is on the board. There is no way to have a fortress here, I feel, but Harika can trade rooks.
Right now, rook h8, rook h7.
Yes.
Let's see
let's
once
maybe
again.
demonstrate it. Yes, rook h8, king g7, rook h7. You can take the rook on e7, yes, then you simply need to bring your king, let's say.
You can push g5 here as well.
Yes, you can, but then maybe bishop f4, because like I like bringing the king. Let's say king g2, king d6 if you want to attack the pawn, then I can protect it
king
from
d6, I'll go
d7. Maybe she feels that the king from e5 is going to block my king from coming.
Yeah, that's
but
the
I
thing.
can go the other side, you know? So after bishop d7, you can go king e5, but I can go king g3. That's what I wanted to play, but then maybe bishop d8.
Yeah,
You're right. But I can play g5 and king g4 because you are no longer protecting the c7 square, yes?
Yes, so tricky. I think we're going to have that position, Almira, because right now we had rook to h8 check, king went on g7, and white is calculating. She has plenty of time, 4 minutes on the clock against 26 seconds, and this is the way to win. And now she's on time to get this king on e4 on time, okay? Like, let's say this, and then we have king f3 attacking the bishop, and king e4 now is on time.
king e4, king d5. You stretching the position even more. You cannot control all the squares.
No,
C7,
you can't.
g5.
The pawn is also hanging.
And the protecting the pawn on c5. So, and even if you play bishop d6, I will continue with g6 and g7, and this is it. Harika is still thinking. So
too many pawns.
Yes, this is a
she'll
completely
go for
winning
rook h7.
endgame.
I'm sure about that.
She needs to spend some time. That's exactly what we try to do. And actually, it happened to me in one of my games recently because I had this possibility, but I was in severe time trouble. But in the end game, I just had one extra pawn. And actually transposing to the opposite color bishop endgame was a winning move, but I couldn't understand it. You know, you need time. So Harika went for rook h7 and rook h7. This is it. Yes, this is the winning plan, which is very clear. G5 is on the board.
And also g6, just to be clear. At this point, bishop f5 and pawn on g5, they're controlling all the squares. Guards the pawn on c6. Bishop e4?
Because I think that, yes, our first intuitive decision is to reject, you know, those rook trades. And that's, like, I still remember what was my thought process. I had 30 seconds and I thought, okay, like, what is the winning plan? Will I be able to march with my king? And this is exactly what happened in this game. So now at least I have this first reflex to check the rook trades. And to understand.
Yeah, it makes actually sense not to trade right away as Harika did, to play a little bit to understand the character of the position. And now we have in the end anyway, she traded the rooks.
So king now is going to g4, h5, king h6, supporting the push of the g pawn, and this is it.
Bishop d6 has been played. You are not stopping king h5.
There are no miracles here.
Oh, bishop d5 first.
Bishop d5 first.
Giving
Taking away yet another square f7. Very well played.
Maybe she also wants to play king f5 to have the king in the center. Maybe you want to get this king all this way.
But after king e5, now you can play king h5. Stavroula wants to play king f5, maybe shouldering white's king, but this is not sufficient, of course, because she can play
there's bishop e4 check.
Yes. With the idea, I think king f5, maybe let's show if you don't play bishop e4, but king h6, her idea was to play bishop f4.
g6 and bishop f4, or
no, king h6, just one last trick, yes. So bishop f4, but and then.
But I still have this.
Yes, you still have bishop
it's
f4.
Such a winning
even
position
this
for
doesn't
white.
work. So Harika is getting closer to her first win in this match because so far all the games were drawn.
Yeah,
it was a very close match. Stavroula was on the verge, on the brink of a defeat in their first classical game, but and it had somewhat of a similar scenario. You know, Harika went for a position where she could play long games and try to squeeze something out of her position, and this is it.
We have a resignation here. Harika wins her first game.
So many decisive games in this round. So this was the third game of our tie breaks. Nana Dzagnidze won against Valentina Gunina. This is the game where we haven't seen a single draw. This is a match, yes? So it's like all games were won by Nana.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see another draw in this game. It will be decisive too.
But a very surprising comeback by Song Yuxin against Anna Muzichuk. She won on demand in her second game, and now she is leading.
She's leading.
In
wow,
this
what a fantastic
match.
player.
And she will be having with white pieces. In their next game. A draw between Vantika Agraval and Katerina Lagno. Katerina will have the white pieces. Then Vaishali Ramesh Babu, after surviving her first two games, she scored the first victory.
Tactics
also
today.
4 draws in this match, but completely different. Yes, hard fought, a lot of blunders, interesting ideas, tactical brilliances. But
I love this round, actually. I really love this round.
And then Harika won her first game against Stavroula. So when will the next
The next
round
one will
start?
be at 6:30, which
6:30.
makes us to come back in 22 minutes.
Yeah, so of course we will start the broadcast a little bit earlier. So Katie, I will ask you as the players, yes, what are your impressions after this portion of the Rapid Games?
You know what? We are at a safe state right now. We are enjoying. We see other players struggling in their positions, but it makes me want so much to play this tournament. It's for the chess players, you guys. This is so exciting to be there to fight for your best. And I think whoever got to the World Cup, they're already just the winners, and they scored the best. But there is a need of good preparation. There is a need of also having a good sleep, very important for the players to be in shape. It's a need of having a second with you, or to have someone who gives you the advice, because we have seen here that you are a good player, yes, but you need something extra. And then you need to have also a little bit of luck that we were talking about Alexandra Kosteniuk. During the break, I learned a little secret from you that you are her little lucky,
something.
Yeah, little lucky something. So I learned that the time she won the World Cup, you were a commentator.
Yes,
right?
just like I've stayed there. So Alexander asked me, "Are you coming this time?" Well, okay, let's not reveal all the secrets, Katie.
Yes, we can keep some for ourselves. So
maybe gradually, you know, this tournament is very long.
We keep our viewers coming back to you. Yes,
wanting to come back. Katie, before we go on a short break, one last question. Do you think that Valentina can come back once again?
Oh, she has to come back.
And
you know what? Nana is a very, very dear friend of mine. She's Georgian, and we have the tournament in Georgia. But you know what? I want to see more and more fights between these two, because I think they're the best matchup for us to have the tie breaks all the way. So I would not mind to have more games between them.
You don't mind to stay here
longer
till the night, you know.
Oh yeah, not that far. Not that far indeed. Few games.
Okay, so the only time will tell, but the next round will start very soon. So we will take a short break. Please stay tuned, of course. And Katie will be in my company till the very end.
I don't complain.
I'm taking you to battle, Katie, on the battlefield. Thank you so much. See you very soon.
This International Chess Day, FIDE challenges you to take the game to new places, literally. From mountaintop matches to underwater games, or a blitz session at your favourite local landmark. Play anytime between July 10th and 20th. Share your moment using hashtag International Chess Day, or send it to social media at FIDE.com. Your game will be seen in all parts of the globe. Unleash your creativity. Make your move. And celebrate chess your way. Let's show the world that chess can be played by anyone and in any place.
I'm here with Valentina Gunina, the first person to finish today with a victory against Anna Dzagnidze. And what a game that was, Valentina. You had to come back from your loss yesterday. Tell me all about it.
We prepared it with coach, and because I'm playing my own Karakan, so for me it was kind of reverse. It was on the board, but just color. And yes, c4. I also don't like it when I play my black Karakan. So we prefer to play c4, and yeah. But probably she just didn't prepare it or didn't remember or whatever. And yeah, for me it was kind of easy because I need to win, and she needs to concentrate. I mean, we both need to concentrate, but I mean, for her probably it wasn't so easy.
Yeah. And that final tactic on the board is a beautiful one. I think we'll make a puzzle out of it. How happy were you when you saw that after she played rook g6?
I was calculating rook c6, okay, just d5, and without rook h6, I was calculating rook g6 because okay, rook g6, it's she got under attack. Everything was hanging, so I don't know. I need to ask coach, but I'm happy. I'm happy to stay here for one more day, and probably who knows.
And how are you feeling for the playoffs tomorrow? Of course, it helps that faster time controls are your thing. You're great at that. How are you feeling about that?
We will look tomorrow, but I'm so excited. And you know, I will tell you a secret. I was attacked by mosquito during the game.
In the hole?
Yeah, and I was like, what? And then I started to scratch because of it. And I don't know, maybe I'm too sweet. But all mosquitoes in the playing hall attacked me.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it sounds like you attacked them back somehow. And otherwise, how are you doing here in Batumi? How is your health? How is your happiness?
I just like to be here. Just because I have a lot of team of supporting me, like my brother, my coach with family. So I'm just happy to play, to come back to play. So serious tournament for me, it's just like I'm lucky to be here.
And they're here with you, like physically, they've come with you to Batumi?
Yes. Yes.
That's so nice. So they can distract you a little bit from the chess.
Just supporting.
Yeah. Well, that's so nice. Thank you, Valentina. And good luck for the playoffs tomorrow. It's going to be exciting. At least you have some good time to rest as well. It wasn't like a 5-hour game.
Yeah. And I like to watch my own how girls play in this tie breaks because it's really interesting. I like to watch all games during my own game or after the game, and especially tie breaks because it's really okay. It's so complicated for player because you need to concentrate. You need to. You're so nervous, yeah, because it's knockout. But yeah, it's really so interesting.
Well, it's also interesting that you say you're watching the other games because most players I talk to, they're like, I only focus on my game. I see nothing else but you do. So I can ask you about your opinion about the results. I mean, Katerina losing yesterday, all of these things. What do you think about the play that's going on here?
Yeah, it's really interesting tournament. It's so difficult for girls because it seems like all of us nervous, even who is who experience and who's play more often than me. I mean, yeah, and for example, because I didn't play so much, for me it's quite difficult to play in classic. But it's not because of physically now, and I'm not get so tired after the game because I have some special tiring of some illness, so I can compare everybody around so tired, and for me whoo. Yeah. No, I mean because for me life is different, and for me even tiring is I'm active, I can do it, so it's different for me. I just enjoy to be here. Even I lost, I can continue to smile and because what to do? Yesterday it happened because of opening. I forgot the right jump by queen, and then when I realized, I remember bishop d6. It was somewhere in our preparation, so it was kind of funny. Yeah, oops. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Nothing is stopping you, not fatigue, not mosquitoes. You're on a roll. So good luck for tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield, a stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way, playing with fire, playing with heart, playing with emotions, playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
I'm here with Deshmukh, who has just qualified to the next round here at the FIDE Women's World Cup after beating Teodora Inyak. Tell me a little bit about these two classical games. Amazing game yesterday and the draw today.
I think it's been quite nerve-wracking. Teodora is, of course, really strong, and I wasn't too happy with the pairing, but you know, it's probably all God's plan. So yeah, it was quite a tough matchup, I would say. She played quite well. I think I got a bit lucky in the first game because it was a drawn endgame, and I think I got my chances because she was really low on time. So then I grabbed it, and I actually do like that game. So after that, it got a bit easier as I was also playing white today. And yeah, today actually was tougher than yesterday because I absolutely just wanted to draw and qualify. But my mind couldn't search for ways how to make a draw. All it kept thinking was ambitious, and I'm like, no, we don't want that today. Chill.
And when you say you're unhappy about the pairings, is this because of her as a player, her strength, or because you know her personally?
No, I think she's great both ways. Yeah. Yeah. She's also a great player, and she's been in a good form. So yeah, I think I would be unhappy with every pairing.
And you came a few days earlier. You sat out the first round because you're in the top rated, but you did come in a few days earlier. How did you get settled in? You know, find your flow for the event.
I was a bit nervous before the first round because I hadn't played a super serious tournament since like Grand Prix, and after that I played Rapid, Blitz, and Open tournaments, so I kind of lost my rhythm. But after the first game I was like, oh, okay, I still got it.
And of course, the Rapid and the Blitz can come into clutch in this event if you get to playoffs. You just did really well in London.
I don't go there. I hope I just win, or else, you know, playoffs are nerve-wracking. Yeah. They just kill you.
Are you watching the games of the playoffs when the players go?
Yeah, I did. I actually even skipped my prep sometimes to watch.
Do you feel nervous for them when you're watching, or are you watching their prep and what they're playing?
Both. Yeah.
And Divya, last time you made your debut here at the World Cup in Baku. Now you're playing again, but as one of the top stars, and you've added so much to your resume since then. How do you compare yourself from now to Baku, Divya?
I'm actually glad that when I played my first World Cup, I wasn't as high as I'm now, because I think the experience helped me, and also I got to play the first round, so I was very happy about that. I wanted to see how first round was like, so yeah. I think a lot has changed since then, but definitely World Cup was something that changed me, the previous one, and I think the experience is helping now.
Changed you in which way?
It was, I think, my first glimpse of what top chess looks like. So that really helped.
And now you've been in top chess for quite some time. In the Women's Elite, playing the Grand Prix, playing in Super GM teams like in London. How is it? At the top, of course.
It's stressful, it's very stressful. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Well, thank you so much, Divya. Enjoy your rest day tomorrow. No playoffs, so you can chill and watch games, I guess.
I get 2 rest days, actually, so I'm super happy about that. Thank you.
And we'll see you after the second rest day, your second rest day.
Yes, see you.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning. Held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisniece, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more. Inspire, unite, transform. Join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Register now and be part of the change.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back, dear chess friends. Ketsi, it will be the second game of the second portion of our tiebreak. some players have to come back. Some matches are not decided yet, Katie, and I will blame you if we're still here at 3 in the morning because you asked for the blitz games. So maybe let's remind of the format of this tiebreak, because this is the second game of the rapid portion of the tiebreak, so 10 minutes plus 10 seconds increments. So if the match is still tied after those 2 rapid games, we will continue with 2 blitz games with 5 minutes and 3 seconds increment, and if the match is still tied, then we will proceed with 1 blitz game of 3 minutes and 2 seconds increment, so until there will be a winner.
Until will be the winner, it's we call that sudden death. The person who loses the game will be out. The person who wins the game will still remain in the tournament. So that can practically can take us to very, very long day. But I don't see that happening.
Stavroula is one of the players who have to come back. She lost her previous game with the black pieces against Harika Dronavali. So Stavroula Tsulakida representing Greece, and she needs to come back in this match. So the games are about to start. Of course, we have a small delay, but we will bring the boards as soon as possible. By the way, I wanted to find out, because yes, Katie, when I went through their games, I found out that their first encounter only happened this year in the Grand Prix. They drew their classical game, but that was it. So.
Yeah, very, very interesting that they have not played. They are both actually at the top of the women's chess.
6, yes, Harika wanted to go for Berlin, and Stavroula avoided it with d3. So she didn't want black to take the pawn on e4. And Berlin, sorry, it's like I cannot see anything. The bishop is on c4, so it was the gioco piano actually. So of course, knight of 6, d3.
I don't play this opening with any of the sides, so I'm a bit handicapped in the game.
No, knight f6. If Stavroula wanted to go all in, of course, knight g5 was possible, and then d5. Yes, but because I can't see anything is happening on the monitor, so the bishop is on c4, and Stavroula just made. This move a4. Okay, now that we have the games,
we will slowly get the PGNs as well. So far, we have only bishop c5, the last move.
a4 is a very interesting idea. Okay, you are not threatening anything right now, but let's say if you will make a passer move like d6, yes, here, it's something that you want to make, then White will probably continue and will play a5 here, grabbing even more space, and then c3, b4. So before, people were starting with c3 and b4 and a4, but now that we know that a5 was a very natural reply, yes, so many different move orders exist in this position, and White even started with a4.
Yeah,
I think that Stavroula is trying to confuse her opponent at this stage, and Harika is still thinking. You see, she played h6, and Stavroula castled. d6 is on the board, so I wonder if Stavroula will play a5 here, but then bishop b4. a5, yes, c3, most possible.
Yeah. We need to. I think
we need to update. Yes. Okay. So, how about Carissa and Vaishali? So, Carissa needs to win with the white pieces, and once again she went for the English opening. She played c4. Vaishali is very calm. She played c5, symmetrical way of responding to this opening, but then she immediately grasped the opportunity and she played d5, Katie. She played d5, c takes d5, knight d5, knight c3,
Yeah, let's have this
Knight c7.
position.
It's important actually to retreat the knight on c7. Sometimes you have those ideas with white when you play d4 and you retreat the knight on c2. So knight is on c7 because black wants to play e5.
Yeah, actually black just played a5 we have on the board.
And the thing is that if you play e5 with the knight on d5, then you might lose this pawn. So I can play knight e5 and then get the knight back on d5. So
yeah, very interesting. A little bit slow game, I would say.
Yes, of course. But at the same thing, you know, black is trying to achieve this Marutsy bind, which we usually have with the white pieces when the pawns are on c4 and e4. So here, black has the pawns on e5 and c5, controlling the d4 breakthrough for white. But Vinnik actually used this setup very often, so depriving his opponents of any counterplay and then gradually improving the position and his pieces. So I think this opening went for the moment Vaishali's way.
Yeah, it seems quite nice. She's in very good situation right now, winning with white pieces now, coming back with black pieces, and position is quite solid. I can see some snacks here on the table for Carissa. Yep, she has a bottle of water and M&M's, the chocolate, to keep some energy level up.
Carissa made actually a tricky move. She played knight d2, and I asked myself how to react to this move, and let's bring the board
maybe?
Yes, of course, because I just saw that white, of course, can take on c6. Okay, let's show it. So knight d2 with the idea, maybe, you know, it's never easy to assess those moments. Can you give up your light square bishop? Here, let's say you will make a move like bishop e6. Yes, a very natural move. So what if white takes on c6? So yes, you see,
look at that.
Completely changing the nature of the position. So bishop c6, because when you look at this position, you don't think about this in a spontaneous way. You know,
that white will give up this bishop,
and then with a very complex middle game which can follow, and what I can see that the c5 pawn can fall.
Exactly, 94 next move.
Look at this. Vaishali actually just played bishop d7, so she thought that it was maybe
was a problem to double the pawns.
So bishop d7 is on the board.
I told you, Almira, that my favorite player used to be Petrosian, and I have seen many of the games when she was giving up this bishop actually to the knight, and another bishop on b2 for another knight here, just to double the pawns. And then with the knights he was doing all the magic, and I was so impressed with that. So Vaishali thought here for a bit, took some time and played bishop to d7, which is a very, very accurate move.
So do you prefer the knights or the bishops then?
Well, it really depends the position, but in this, what you just demonstrated, of course, if I had a chance, I would just take it here and play with the knights.
For example, if I notice that my opponent has this preference, it might go unnoticed, but I'm analyzing the game, so the preference for the knights, and especially in the rapid time control, I have the strategy, so I get rid of the knights.
Very good to play against your opponents.
I try to trade them immediately.
Yeah, very nice strategy.
Okay, how about Katerina Lagno and Vantika Agrawal? And we have this opening once again. They played this line in the French defense, and Katerina played b4. However, in the first encounter, Vantika replied here d4, a very rare move. So now she maybe she had time to prepare.
Wow, look at that b4.
So she went for the theoretical line, which starts with cb4, taking the pawn, and after a3, she decided to play bishop d7. We thought that with Emil that taking on a3, you know, gives white the opportunity to play d4 first, then maybe trading the bishops and knight a3, b5, d6. Yes, one of the ideas. Vantika didn't want to allow it, so she played bishop d7. Katerina took on b4, but it allows white to build this powerful center pawn
Exactly.
chain. Yes,
Yeah.
c3.
With all the tempo is now c3, so with a tempi, and then d4. Look at this beautiful chain.
But look at this move. So Katerina castled, you know, and Vantika almost immediately replied b5 here. You know, she didn't castle. You know, it means that she is aware of the plans. So she immediately started to this pawn push, b5, b4.
Yeah.
So she's delaying her own castle, and she wants to break this pawn chain and to weaken the pawn on d4, and maybe to support her piece on b4 by a5.
I was thinking that maybe somewhere white wants to play bishop a3 to control this long diagonal and d6 square as well to occupy. And if you do in this position, bishop a3, then b4 comes on the with the tempo, and then bishop comes back on b4. And of course, to trade this bishop is in favor to black.
And here you have also this hidden idea behind the move bishop d7, that all the checks with queen a4 taken on b4 are not possible anymore. What a tricky way to play this opening. But so she's still thinking now on cb4. Seems bishop b4 natural to me, but she just proved me wrong, and she took with the knight on b4. So attacking the bishop on d3. But I don't think that white is going to move this bishop anyway.
Look at that bishop d2, very strong move. If you take on d3, I have bishop to a5, intermediate move. And then when the queen moves away, then you have queen to d3, and white is winning a piece.
So maybe rook b8, okay. Or knight c6. I need to protect this knight, maybe to overprotect it, but...
Knight e to c6.
Yes, but maybe both are possible. By the way, how about if we are not losing something immediately, you can even play maybe knight b c6, rook b8. But I feel that black's pieces are a bit tangled right now. So what can we suggest here? After bishop d2, we have rook b8, but now the pawn, I don't want to leave the pawn on a7 unattended. Maybe knight b c6. But Katerina actually will not take, I think, on a5, because then you'll bring your knight to a5 and c4.
c4, yeah.
Maybe she will play something like knight c3 here, hoping, yes, to keep those wonderful bishops.
I like more to play knight e to c6.
Knight e c6.
You know why? Because I'm keeping bishop here, not protected. And this line that we showed earlier with bishop a5 intermediate move is not working anymore, because I have knight now supporting the bishop.
You're absolutely right, and the knight e c6 was played.
Bishop went to e2.
Yes, and Katerina was forced to retreat her bishop. So, but the thing is, this is a waiting game, because Katerina is waiting for her opponent to castle. So will Vantika castle here? She just played h4, and Vantika is still delaying this castle. She played bishop b6, attacking the pawn on b4, d4. But the thing is, now, since the bishop cannot come to e7, maybe Katerina can launch her attacks, you know, just do something. Can she play h5? No, I will take on d4. No, I cannot take on d4.
So d4 is hanging.
No, but knight on b4. So can I try and play h5 here? She goes bishop g5. Okay, it's another
I like that move. Queen is hanging now on d8.
Bishop g5, how to reply? So... Queen, where can we go? Katerina wants to play h5, h6 next.
I was thinking move like f6, but it's not favoring black at all, because the king is still in the center.
It's a very good move. So now we can understand that she wants to push her pawn to h6. So Vantika has to reply h6 maybe to h5. Yes, but then you have a hook. That's a very much needed hook.
Yeah.
Beautiful colors, Kitty.
Sorry, playing with the computer.
Queen is on b8, and I wonder if Katerina will continue with h5. What a very interesting opening. And Katerina develops her knight to c3. Okay, she wants to bring her last piece into play.
Knight b5, knight d6.
Of course. So what if black castles here? how can we continue? Vantika needs to finish her development. Can we play h5 after castle? Is this the way to do it? Okay, so they still have a lot of time. Maybe let's cover all the games. So how about Valentina against Nana? Valentina needs to come back once again. She played e4 once again. So in Sicilian with g3, Nana repeated the same line as in their previous game.
And
so
we had g3.
G3, d6. Bishop G. They are still repeating the same opening, so because Valentina was playing this in their first rapid game, she was better. So after knight f6, d3, bishop b7, bishop g5, and she decided to take on f6. So in their previous game, Valentina managed actually to play e4, but here the structure is completely different. It looks more like a closed Sicilian.
It looks like that, yeah.
So which starts with e5, e4, c5, knight c3. So Valentina is dancing around this d5 square, yes, in this game. That's why she played bishop g5 and bishop f6. So let's see if she will be able to prevail in this positional battle.
Bishop b6 happened, king to h1, preparing f4 push on the king side, king to h8 as well, the same idea.
Anticipating, yes, knight e3.
We have here rook to b8. Black also wants to push the pawn on the queen side to annoy the white pieces.
And I feel that Nana reacted very well to this push f4. It's a very thematic way to reply, but yet very instructive. So take on f4, g takes f4, and f5.
Yeah.
But you can always use it in your games. That's the way to stop f5. And as you can see, this knight on e3 is not on f3. You cannot jump somewhere like on g5 and bring your queen to f3 and h3. The knight is only looking at the square on d5, and white of course could have taken on f5, but then simply bishop f5, like I think that black is okay.
Yeah.
Valentina decided not to take on f5. She played queen d2 because she needs to keep her pieces on the board. Knight d4. Well, if you can make this jump, you should, of course. Rook e1, b5. Nana is doing everything according
the plan,
to
what
the
you
plan,
do
yes,
here in the close Sicilian, actually.
So take,
knight c d5.
If f takes e4, d takes e4.
Queen h4.
Nana is trying to create her own threats, so maybe she was looking at bishop h6 because the dark square bishop is no longer on the board for white, you know. So
exactly.
This was also possible. c3.
That allowed black to play knight b3 with the attack, and when queen moves away, then black played c4. Now c5 square is open for the knight. This knight can get either on d3 or to attack the pawn on e4.
Valentina just played knight c7, attacking the bishop on e6. So,
and the pawn on d6
and the
also
pawn
hanging.
on d6. So if, let's say, Nana retreats this bishop, where can we treat it? C8,
I was thinking
G8.
about h3 to get rid of the g2 bishop.
You even wanted to trade it. I didn't want to open the g file, you know, so because I feel that now you can maybe take it and then take on d6.
Yeah.
And how do we get out? Because I think Nana wants to play rook d8, rook d2. Is this her plan? Let's say queen d6 here, rook d8.
Queen e7, is it? Okay, we have to... Queen e6, that's
Queen
the
e6
move.
even possible.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't want to trade the queens here.
No.
But what if then we retreat the bishop somewhere to g8, and if you go for the same line, then I can play rook d8 and rook d2, activating my rook, and even the f4 pawn is hanging.
Just a little error here.
Yes. Somewhere the
queen b6.
Maybe rook d2, queen b6. Yes, attacking the pawn on b5, rook d2.
I like that position for black.
But by the way, I just saw that the f4 pawn was also hanging. Maybe Nana could have taken it, but actually
She goes bishop to h3.
Yes, Katie, you know her very well.
Yes.
So bishop h3, but then if Valentina takes on h3, let's just check this line. Can she take on d6? Rook d8, I think Nana wants to activate her rook here. And then queen e6, forcing black to retreat. Because you cannot take on e6, knight e6.
I can go now back on h4, attacking the pawn on f4 and the rook on e1. I want to play knight d2 as well.
Then I can come back to d5, no? Protecting the pawn on a4 and blocking the d file.
And what will be the answer after knight d2?
I have no idea. I will have to think it. I was like, knight d2, maybe it's even better, yes? What am I supposed to do here?
The problem is that if you cannot move the rook, right?
Yes, you will play knight f3, yes? You're absolutely right. Okay, so there are a lot of threats in this position. And what about their
time?
Okay, it's 3 minutes for Nana. Valentina is still thinking. So
she's taking the bishop. We have queen to h3. I think queen d6 will be on the board. We might have queen d6, queen e6.
Queen e6.
Valentina calculating and just proving that, you know, sometimes chess players just have different way of thinking and analyzing.
But the thing is then after rook d8, Nana will have to find a very precise sequence of moves in order to stay alive in this game.
Yeah,
yes?
but you know what? If I manage to do it, she can for sure find even better move. I like this idea of queen h4, keeping the eye on the rook, the pawn, and now knight d2 or rook to d2 is a threat. This is too much threats.
Rook d8 is on the board. Katie, get back to the game between Song Yixin and Anna Muzychuk, because I just noticed that she has less than a minute, and we know that she needs to win in this game, but I can't find a way here. Song Yixin simply like naturalized everything. She first of all has an extra pawn. There is no way for Anna to come back in this game unless I feel that White will blunder.
Yeah, 23 seconds. She goes queen to d3.
But I can simply
look at the queens between d3 and e3 moves. She played that move very fast.
But what if like queen d3 and knight e4 protecting the pawn on c3? She goes for it.
That's what she does.
30 seconds for Anna, and if she will not manage to win this game, this will be it. Yes, she will be eliminated.
And we have a resignation here, or the draw offer, probably. Anna offered draw, and also fast handshake by Song. This is a great achievement by her. This is the first time she actually goes so far.
And what a heartbreak for Anna Muzychuk, because she failed to qualify for the candidates tournaments through the Grand Prix series, and yet another, tragic moment for her. Because she will have to qualify through the Grand Swiss.
Yes, that's another tournament in September she's counting on.
But the World Cup is over for her, and what a performance from Song Yixin.
Wow, that's a big surprise actually of a day, a big upset. Shall we take a look at the game of Carissa Ip and Vaishali Rameshbabu? Carissa has to come back in this game, unless it's going to be the last game for Carissa at the World Cup in Batumi.
Okay, so let's have a look. Carissa opened the G file. Vaishali, what did she just play? Knight h3. So knight h3
knight
is on the board.
Is a serious
yes,
shot.
knight f2 mate.
Checkmate.
So what else do you have? If you play bishop, where?
Bishop g2,
no,
that
knight
can be the
f2, knight
repetition.
h3 check. So you have to play rook f1.
Yes.
But then knight f2, queen c1 anyway. Yes, this is it. I think that Vaishali is winning here.
Oh no.
So actually knight h3 is a winning move for black here. Vaishali spotted it immediately, and Carissa, I think, just realized that she cannot stop it.
No, she can't stop it.
Rook f1 doesn't stop it, and this queen on a7.
It's just so far from all the actions.
So far from the defense. We might witness, another tragic moment in this tournament. Knight f2 is on the board, so queen c1, king g2. Vaishali can even give checks. So after queen g5, can Carissa avoid the perpetual?
Yeah, she needs to stay alive here.
This is it. She can play king g1, but then queen g5.
Wow, but she, like, honestly, she was such a great shape, winning against Irina Crush, and now, yeah.
No, this is the perpetual is unavoidable, and this guarantees the qualification of Vaishali to the fourth stage of this event.
Yeah, Vaishali is the newest, one of the newest grandmasters, female grandmasters, while Carissa has one norm recently.
2 norms. Yes, like it was her second norm. So she's still looking for her third norm. But
look at her.
This tournament is going to end here.
This is the worst moment for the chess player when you know that you have to stop the clock.
So she will not resign, of course, but Vaishali will simply give checks, yes, and this draw is sufficient for her. She doesn't need to win this game because she won with the white pieces rather convincingly.
Yeah, you cannot even make any other move because still there is a check on the board. And just repeating. Oh, that's the worst moment. Yeah, king f1 is on the board.
C1.
And today, in fact, against Vaishali, Carissa had extra piece in 2 games, right? Both games.
So if you don't convert those games, you know, like Claudia Colon in her first classical game, she didn't convert. Like it was such a winning position, and those players do not offer you those chances
again. Do you think she might have an effect of the first rapid games today, that she was winning and she could not convert it and somehow affected now?
Well, you know, it's somewhere there. Yes, you know, it's like
and also she's a very young player. So.
And
Harika
won against Stavrula Tsolakidou, and Stavrula is eliminated. Harika Dronovali qualifies for the 4th round of the Women's World Cup in Batumi. There is, of course, the title is up for grabs, but all the players are fighting for the 3 spots which will guarantee their participation in the candidates tournament.
That's very important indeed.
Especially that one player is already qualified, Judiner. So this leaves 1 extra spot if she qualifies.
If she gets top 3 here, that's going to be, so it's very important to be very close to top 4 players. All right, Nana against Gunina, very important game for Gunina. She needs to come back. Wait a minute, is she?
And I think that she will come back because now we have a completely different situation where Nana is fighting for her survival in this game. Valentina won an exchange. By the way, she played very well. She played queen e6, queen h4, and this line that we analyzed, and queen g4, you know, the move that we haven't seen, forcing the trade of queens.
Oh, look at that.
And after knight d2, rook f2 was played, h5, and knight e6.
So, a very strong move. The knight is hanging on to it, actually.
Because rook d1 pins the knight at the end of the line. A very well played sequence of moves by Valentina. So we are headed for the blitz games if Nana will not manage to hold this. I can see that she might have a few practical chances here because the knight on e5 is blocking the position for the moment. Valentina needs to activate her rook, so Nana still has this d3 square for her knight. So if Valentina will manage play something like rook a1, rook a5, bringing another rook into play, it will be over. But for the moment, yes, maybe Nana.
She holds.
Yes, she is still fighting. Maybe knight d3. Okay, so
And the game, Vaishali, Kurisaev has ended. Vaishali has won second game in this rapid, and she goes to the next round.
because Carissa decided to give up everything in order to avoid
Yeah.
the perpetual check.
Shall we take a look at the game of Katerina Lakhno and Ventika Agrava? Because look at this position. Such a craziness on the king side. The queen is hanging, rook is pinned, the king is on h1. Oh my goodness, and 14 seconds for Ventika.
Okay, yes, maybe let's stay on this game. I think I have 18 seconds, yes?
18 seconds for Ventika, 2 minutes and 10 seconds for
She just
Lakhno.
played rook h7 with the idea of playing rook h8, but you still can't take on h6.
Because
can
of the
you? Because
bishop and the pawn.
Yes, everything is, and the queen on d2, so everything is protected.
You know what you can do? Rook g2 and king g1 to escape from h-file. You cannot do king g2 obviously right now because you're gonna lose the rook as the pawn is pinned. But you can obviously do this way, as we showed, rook to g2 and king to g1. She goes rook to g3 with the probably same idea. Also guarding the knight.
Actually, Katerina, she used a very interesting plan because she played h5, knight h4, rook g1, and g4 previously, you know, because she needed to open the king side. But very often this can be double-edged, so I'm looking at this position, yes, after rook g1 on the move 23, because I think that Ventika failed to create some counterplay in this game. So after rook g1, you desperately need to find something.
Yeah.
Because if you have nothing here, then white's play is simply overwhelming. That's exactly what happened in the game. Katerina played g4, g5.
And had a beautiful attack. Right now, black actually traded the rook, could not hold on the this pressure on the board, and went king to f8, hoping that the worst is behind.
Katerina just played bishop h5, bringing another piece into the attack and taking away all the possible squares from black's king. Queen h7 is on the board, so can you play something like bishop g5 here, Katie?
Queen's on, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
bishop g5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, because you can't protect
She's going for that.
everything. Bishop g5.
And then you can also get the knight
f6,
on e2,
and knight f4.
Going for g6, or bishop f6, just simple move like that.
Bishop f6, bishop g7. She will need to sacrifice on g7, of course, if this bishop gets there, and Katerina is going for it. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. Ventika will need to make a move right now. Knight c6, something, just
3
bishop
seconds.
e8, yes. Getting rid of at least another attacker. But I feel that this bishop was protecting the pawn on a6, and your plan will work. Yes, knight e2, knight f4.
Yeah. She
Katerina
goes bishop
decides,
g7.
yes, maybe to take this exchange, but here Ventika cannot take on g7. Well, she goes for it, okay, but then this is it. So
Also, very nice updates to Nana and Gunina game, but maybe we have to finish this one, as the game is not far from
because
the end.
everything is open here, so I think that Katerina will take on e8 and play
Queen h6 or something like that.
Yes, something great. But don't forget about this pawn.
Yeah,
yes,
you
on
cannot
d4.
really.
So I liked your move. I was thinking, is it possible to play knight e2 here?
Knight b2, b5 has been played. I like that move too.
Knight b5
Yeah.
as well.
I want to play knight to d6 and also guarding the pawn on d4. And also you're stopping this pawn going forward because this pawn is hope for black.
It's a very nice jump. So maybe let's jump the game between Nana and Valentina. Nana is resisting. So the knight on d3, she managed to play b4, but she has to be careful. Now the pawn on c4 is becoming vulnerable. Is she planning on taking on d4 and playing c3?
Oh, look at
yes,
that.
this is also an idea. So let's see what will happen here. Valentina is down to her last minute, and Nana, how many seconds?
57 seconds. That was very, very close time.
Okay, she is fighting back, but will this be enough? Yes, let's concentrate on this game. Valentina is getting very nervous.
Oy.
The pawn on b2 is hanging. Bishop d4, c3 is hanging, so she goes rook h7. She wants to bring her rook from behind, but what about knight b2?
Oh,
does this work? Yes, yes, I want to take on b2. What is Valentina's idea?
And she's
Nana,
going for
yes,
that.
just took on b2.
Now I want to take on c3 as well.
Yes.
Another pawn is hanging.
So what is Valentina's idea? So it's like she has fewer and fewer pieces on the board.
And she cannot afford to make a draw. If you find a way to repeat the position or give the check, you are still out of the match and out of the tournament.
What is the hidden tactic? And look at this, 25 seconds left.
Oh no, this
what
is
can
not
she
good
do
for
here? Yes,
Valentina.
b takes c3 is another threat, and she
A7.
doubles her rooks on the 7th file. But maybe now
I can
Nana
just take the knight on
yes,
d4. Get rid of this knight. There is no mating nest anymore.
Yes. Nana takes b takes c3. Okay, the knight. But the king can find shelter on g5, Kitty. This is it. If you rook f7, king g5.
Yeah.
There is no knight e6.
There is no knight e6. She goes for that.
Yes, king g5, and there are.
Hanging now.
And you would want to play knight f3. This is it.
13 seconds. Valentina is panicking. Knight c2, stopping c2 pawn. And meanwhile, the game Lucknow against Vantika has ended, and Lucknow won the game.
I think Valentina wants to bring her rook to h1, maybe give the check from g1. I cannot find another way to continue. Knight d3 is a very good move. You are bringing your knight closer.
You want to play rook b2 next.
Yes, rook b2 next, and protecting at the same time the bishop on e5.
7 seconds.
Valentina is finding the ideas in order to keep this game alive. So rook h1 is on the board.
Can I play rook f6 to trade the rooks? No, she goes rook to b2. Nana feels very safe because draw is her victory in this match.
And after rook g1, king h6, there is nothing else.
Knight is hanging.
Can she play knight e3?
Valentina.
Knight e3 with the idea of, no, but there is rook f2. You cannot avoid this. Rook f2 check, yes, you cannot play knight e3, knight g4, because rook f2 taking the rook on f7.
Goodness. They repeated already second time. Rook h1, king g5 will be threefold repetition. Nana can claim it. Oh, this is so painful to watch, Valentina. 7 seconds, oh my goodness.
This is it, rook e7, but rook c2.
It just gives up the piece. Nana takes it calmly. Rook e6 going after g6 pawn.
But knight.
Rook f2.
Yes, knight is protecting the bishop in on e5, so rook f2 can be played. And if
rook
you
f6.
play king e3, then rook f6, of course.
Yeah, she's going for that. Nana is now at a safe sit. 1 minute 70 seconds.
And I think that this match is going to be over, and all the matches have been decided, Katie.
Yep, all the games. This is the last game. 7 seconds against 6, and we have a repetition.
Nana is looking very confident. She's shuffling her pieces. She knows that this is it. She's stabilized the position. There are no more threats after rook f7.
Too many pieces for her.
I think that she is winning here, yes.
She's, definitely she's winning. Wow, what a chance Valentina had in this game. Trade of the pieces. Actually, this is basically, we will not have the Blitz game
That's
today.
exactly what I wanted to say, that all the matches have been decided. So if Nana wins this game, she deprives Valentina of the Blitz games, and she's going to qualify. She's the last player to qualify for the 4th round of the World
Such
Cup.
a painful moment. 2 seconds, and she lets the time run out. Nana goes to the round 4 of the Women World Cup. Valentina Gunina, what a fighter! She managed to come back. She was so close to come back in this game too, but yeah, Nana managed to hold it and actually to win it.
Yes, Katie, what a dramatic finale of this tiebreak. But as we know, this is the essence of this knockout format. You know, at the end we will have our last woman standing in this event. So this is yet to be determined who is going to be the winner of this World Cup. But maybe let's have a look at the results. Yes,
let's take a look at the results indeed.
So we will see who are the players who qualified for the 4th round. So we have Leitinji, Umida Omonova. Yes, we were calling her the dark horse, but not anymore. She is in the 4th round of this World Cup. Nana Dzagnidze, Maria Muzichuk, Hampi Koneru, Alexandra Kosteniuk, Yugzin Song, Javakhishvili Leila. So Nana is the 2nd Georgian player to reach the 4th round of the World Cup. Jujiner, one of the tournament favorites. Divya Deshmukh. You have Lakhno Katerina, Harika Dronovali, yes, Tanjungi, Osma Kule, who avoided tiebreak so far. She's playing very confidently. Mirrored Kamalidenova, one of the revelations of this event, and Vaishali Ramesh Babu.
Wow.
Congratulations, yes, of course, to all those players. By the way, tomorrow is our free day, Katie.
Yes, the free day that we were looking forward, all of us, to that day. And there is a surprise for the players who are remaining in the city, in the tournament. But some of the players who are knocked out today but are staying in Batumi, they're also invited to join us at a very, very beautiful small village very close to Batumi, where we're going to have a whole place for ourselves. We're going to have Georgian food, music and wine. We're going to have also the fire in the garden. We have the river that the players can swim. And what is very important, we have a competition. It's not only chess, we also have competition in cooking. So we're going to have a chef coming with us, and he will show to players how to bake or cook several Georgian dishes, and then we're going to degustate and we're going to reveal the winner, the best cook. And of course, we're going to take chess board, chess pieces, and chess clock with us, and to play some chess. So it's going to be a fantastic day.
Thank you, Katie. I'm looking forward to this day, especially that, you know, I've been managing a gastronomic restaurant in Paris this past year, so maybe I can actually learn something and teach, you know, my boyfriend who is a chef. You know, like, he doesn't know how to cook those things, hachapuri, you know, and a lot of Georgian dishes. But let's find out who is our player of the round, Katie. Yes, let's bring this piece of information on your screens. And this is Umida Omonova. You know, she avoided tie breaks during this round because we know that she won against Sophie Millet in the 1st round.
Yeah. I love this photo. Look at this, you know, final boss kind of vibes. I love this. When I saw this photo, I was like, this is a winner.
This is it. Yes, then she won on tiebreaks against Alina Kashlinskaya, and she has qualified against Elnaz Kalahmet in the 2nd round, but she won in the classical time control, so she is our player of the round. We will see, and I think she is one of the lowest seeds, yes, in this event, maybe somewhere
youngest player,
one of the youngest, and like 80 seat, I think, something 80, like this.
86,
it's definitely a huge surprise, but now, you know, she can have those dreams.
Yes, and this is a name we're gonna have for sure. We have to memorize by heart. We need to memorize her because this is the start of this player. She's a junior player, but the way how she played, I was like, oh my God, she's a good blitz player for sure. Just the posture. It means that she plays a lot of events, and she's actually the world youth champion in rapid and blitz. So that's a big advantage to be the champion in this format, that you might have a tie break.
And she's fearless. That's something that I get. You know, she's
when you're youth, you're not afraid. When you're young in chess, by the years, I think you are getting more experience, but you also are getting more and more afraid.
You're aware of the dangers. Yes. And now she's fierce. So I feel like she's ready to fight. Yes,
she's absolutely ready.
Thank you so much for watching us. Please don't forget that tomorrow is a free day, and we will see you on today is Monday?
Yes,
today is Monday, yes. By the way, 14th of July, it's National French Day.
Oh, French Day.
Yes, today is our holiday, of course. So maybe
International French Day.
Yes, I will take some time and celebrate it. So tomorrow is the free day, and we will see you on Wednesday at the same time. Thank you so much, Katie.
Yeah, thank you.
And yes, well, the fourth round awaits all of us. See you very soon.
Bye, guys. Thank you.